Chapter 18 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 18. There came a shock which had been foreseen for some time by Elizabeth, as the box passenger foresees the approaching jerk from some channel across the highway. Her mother was ill, too unwell to leave her room. Henchard, who treated her kindly, except in moments of irritation, sent at once for the richest, busiest doctor, whom he supposed to be the best. Bedtime came, and they burnt a light all night. In a day or two she rallied. Elizabeth, who had been staying up, did not appear at breakfast on the second morning, and Henchard sat down alone. He was startled to see a letter for him from Jersey, in a writing he knew too well, and had expected least to behold again. He took it up in his hands, and looked at it as at a picture, a vision, a vista of past enactments, and then he read it as an unimportant finale to conjecture. The writer said that she at length perceived how impossible it would be for any further communications to proceed between them, now that his remarriage had taken place. That such reunion had been the only straightforward course open to him, she was bound to admit. On calm reflection, therefore, she went on, I quite forgive you for landing me in such a dilemma, remembering that you concealed nothing before our ill-advised acquaintance, and that you really did set before me, in your grim way, the fact of there being a certain risk in intimacy with you, slight as it seemed to be after 15 or 16 years of silence on your wife's part. I thus look upon the whole as a misfortune of mine, and not a fault of yours. So that, Michael, I must ask you to overlook those letters with which I pestered you day after day in the heat of my feelings. They were written whilst I thought your conduct to me cruel, but now I know more particulars of the position you were in, I see how inconsiderate my reproaches were. Now you will, I am sure, perceive that the one condition which will make any future happiness possible for me is that the past connection between our lives be kept secret outside this isle. Speak of it I know you will not, and I can trust you not to write of it. One safeguard more remains to be mentioned, that no writings of mine, or trifling articles belonging to me, should be left in your possession through neglect or forgetfulness. To this end, may I request you to return to me any such you may have, particularly the letters written in the first abandonment of feeling. For the handsome sum you forwarded to me as a plaster to the wound, I heartily thank you. I am now on my way to Bristol to see my only relative. She is rich, and I hope will do something for me. I shall return through Casterbridge and Budmouth, where I shall take the packet-boat. Can you meet me with the letters and other trifles? I shall be in the coach which changes horses at the Antelope Hotel at 5:30 Wednesday evening. I shall be wearing a Paisley shawl with a red centre, and thus may easily be found. I should prefer this plan of receiving them to having them sent. I remain still yours ever, Lucetta. Henchard breathed heavily. Poor thing, better you had not known me. Upon my heart and soul, if ever I should be left in a position to carry out that marriage with thee, I ought to do it. I ought to do it indeed. The contingency that he had in his mind was, of course, the death of Mrs. Henchard. As requested, he sealed up Lucetta's letters, and put the parcel aside till the day she had appointed. This plan of returning them by hand being apparently a little ruse of the young lady for exchanging a word or two with him on past times. He would have preferred not to see her, but deeming that there could be no great harm in acquiescing thus far, he went at dusk and stood opposite the coach-office. The evening was chilly, and the coach was late. Henchard crossed over to it while the horses were being changed, but there was no Lucetta inside or out. Concluding that something had happened to modify her arrangements, he gave the matter up and went home, not without a sense of relief. Meanwhile Mrs. Henchard was weakening visibly. She could not go out of doors any more. One day, after much thinking, which seemed to distress her, she said she wanted to write something. A desk was put upon her bed with pen and paper, and at her request she was left alone. She remained writing for a short time, folded her paper carefully, called Elizabeth Jane to bring a taper and wax, and then, still refusing assistance, sealed up the sheet, directed it, and locked it in her desk. She had directed it in these words: Mr. Michael Henchard, not to be opened till Elizabeth Jane's wedding day. The latter sat up with her mother to the utmost of her strength night after night. To learn to take the universe seriously, there is no quicker way than to watch, to be a waker, as the country people call it. Between the hours at which the last toss-pot went by, and the first sparrow shook himself, the silence in Casterbridge, barring the rare sound of the watchman, was broken in Elizabeth's ear only by the timepiece in the bedroom, ticking frantically against the clock on the stairs, ticking harder and harder, till it seemed to clang like a gong, and all this while the subtle-souled girl asking herself why she was born, why sitting in a room and blinking at the candle, why things around her had taken the shape they wore in preference to every other possible shape, why they stared at her so helplessly, as if waiting for the touch of some wand that should release them from terrestrial constraint, what that chaos called consciousness, which spun in her at this moment like a top, tended to and began in. Her eyes fell together. She was awake, yet she was asleep. A word from her mother roused her. Without preface, and as the continuation of a scene already progressing in her mind, Mrs. Henchard said, "You remember the note sent to you and Mr. Farfrae, asking you to meet some one in Durnover Barton, and that you thought it was a trick to make fools of you?" "Yes." "It was not to make fools of you. It was done to bring you together. 'Twas I did it." "Why?" said Elizabeth with a start. "I wanted you to marry Mr. Farfrae." "Oh, mother!" Elizabeth Jane bent down her head so much that she looked quite into her own lap. But as her mother did not go on, she said, "What reason?" "Well, I had a reason. 'Twill out one day. I wish it could have been in my time. But there, nothing is as you wish it. Henchard hates him." "Perhaps they'll be friends again," murmured the girl. "I don't know. I don't know." After this her mother was silent and dozed, and she spoke on the subject no more. Some little time later on, Farfrae was passing Henchard's house on a Sunday morning, when he observed that the blinds were all down. He rang the bell so softly that it only sounded a single full note and a small one, and then he was informed that Mrs. Henchard was dead, just dead that very hour. At the town pump there were gathered when he passed a few old inhabitants, who came there for water whenever they had, as at present, spare time to fetch it, because it was purer from that original fount than from their own wells. Mrs. Cuxsom, who had been standing there for an indefinite time with her pitcher, was describing the incidents of Mrs. Henchard's death, as she had learnt them from the nurse. "And she was white as marble stone," said Mrs. Cuxsom. "And likewise such a thoughtful woman, too. Ah, poor soul, that he minded every little thing that wanted tending. Yes, says she, when I'm gone and my last breath's blowed, look in the top drawer of the chest in the back room by the window, and you'll find all my coffin clothes, a piece of flannel that's to put under me, and the little pieces to put under my head, and my new stockings for my feet. They are folded alongside, and all my other things. And there's 4-ounce pennies, the heaviest I could find, tied up in bits of linen, for weights, 2 for my right eye, and 2 for my left," she said. "And when you've used 'em, and my eyes don't open no more, bury the pennies, good souls, and don't ye go spending 'em, for I shouldn't like it. And open the windows as soon as I am carried out, and make it as cheerful as you can for Elizabeth Jane. Ah, poor heart! Well, and Martha did it, and buried the ounce pennies in the garden. But if you'll believe words, that man, Christopher Coney, went and dug 'em up, and spent 'em at the Three Mariners. Faith, he said, why should death rob life of fourpence? Death's not of such good report that we should respect un to that extent, says he. "'Twas a cannibal deed," deprecated her listeners. "Gad, then I won't quite hay it," said Solomon Longways. "I say it to-day, and 'tis a Sunday morning, and I wouldn't speak wrongfully for a silver zixpence at such a time. I don't see noo harm in it. To respect the dead is sound doxology, and I wouldn't sell skeletons, leastwise respectable skeletons, to be varnished for natomies, except I were out o' work. But money is scarce, and throats get dry. Why should death rob life of fourpence? I say there was no treason in it." "Well, poor soul, she's helpless to hinder that or anything now," answered Mother Cuxsom. "And all her shining keys will be took from her, and her cupboards opened, and little things they didn't wish seen, anybody will see, and her wishes and ways will all be as nothing." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 19. Henchard and Elizabeth sat conversing by the fire. It was 3 weeks after Mrs. Henchard's funeral. The candles were not lighted, and a restless, acrobatic flame, poised on a coal, called from the shady walls the smiles of all shapes that could respond. The old pier glass with gilt columns and huge entablature, the picture frames, sundry knobs and handles, and the brass rosette at the bottom of each ribboned bell-pull on either side of the chimney-piece. "Elizabeth, do you think much of old times?" said Henchard. "Yes, sir, often," she said. "Who do you put in your pictures of 'em?" "Mother and father. Nobody else, hardly." Henchard always looked like one bent on resisting pain when Elizabeth Jane spoke of Richard Newson as father. "Ah, I am out of all that, am I not?" he said. "Was Newson a kind father?" "Yes, sir, very." Henchard's face settled into an expression of stolid loneliness, which gradually modulated into something softer. "Suppose I had been your real father," he said. "Would you have cared for me as much as you cared for Richard Newson?" "I can't think it," she said quickly. "I can think of no other as my father except my father." Henchard's wife was dissevered from him by death. His friend and helper Farfrae by estrangement. Elizabeth Jane by ignorance. It seemed to him that only one of them could possibly be recalled, and that was the girl. His mind began vibrating between the wish to reveal himself to her and the policy of leaving well alone, till he could no longer sit still. He walked up and down, and then he came and stood behind her chair, looking down upon the top of her head. He could no longer restrain his impulse. "What did your mother tell you about me, my history?" he asked. "That you were related by marriage." "She should have told more, before you knew me. Then my task would not have been such a hard one. Elizabeth, it is I who am your father, and not Richard Newson. Shame alone prevented your wretched parents from owning this to you while both of them were alive." The back of Elizabeth's head remained still, and her shoulders did not denote even the movements of breathing. Henchard went on. "I'd rather have your scorn, your fear, anything than your ignorance. 'Tis that I hate. Your mother and I were man and wife when we were young. What you saw was our second marriage. Your mother was too honest. We had thought each other dead, and Newson became her husband." This was the nearest approach Henchard could make to the full truth. As far as he personally was concerned, he would have screened nothing. but he showed a respect for the young girl's sex and years worthy of a better man. When he had gone on to give details which a whole series of slight and unregarded incidents in her past life strangely corroborated, when, in short, she believed his story to be true, she became greatly agitated, and, turning round to the table, flung her face upon it, weeping. "Don't cry, don't cry," said Henchard, with vehement pathos. "I can't bear it, I won't bear it. I am your father, why should you cry? Am I so dreadful, so hateful to 'ee? Don't take against me, Elizabeth Jane," he cried, grasping her wet hand. "Don't take against me. Though I was a drinking man once, and used your mother roughly, I'll be kinder to you than he was. I'll do anything if you will only look upon me as your father." She tried to stand up and comfort him trustfully, but she could not. She was troubled at his presence, like the brethren at the avowal of Joseph. "I don't want you to come to me all of a sudden," said Henchard in jerks, and moving like a great tree in a wind. "No, Elizabeth, I don't. I'll go away and not see you till to-morrow, or when you like, and then I'll show 'ee papers to prove my words. There, I am gone, and won't disturb you any more. 'Twas I that chose your name, my daughter. Your mother wanted it Susan. There, don't forget 'twas I gave you your name." He went out at the door and shut her softly in, and she heard him go away into the garden. But he had not done. Before she had moved or in any way recovered from the effect of his disclosure, he reappeared. "One word more, Elizabeth," he said. "You'll take my surname now, hey? Your mother was against it, but it will be much more pleasant to me. 'Tis legally yours, you know, but nobody need know that. You shall take it as if by choice. I'll talk to my lawyer. I don't know the law of it exactly. But will you do this? Let me put a few lines into the newspaper that such is to be your name." "If it is my name, I must have it, mustn't I?" she asked. "Well, well, usage is everything in these matters." "I wonder why mother didn't wish it." "Oh, some whim of the poor soul's. Now get a bit of paper and draw up a paragraph as I shall tell you. But let's have a light." "I can see by the firelight," she answered. "Yes, I'd rather." "Very well." She got a piece of paper, and bending over the fender, wrote at his dictation words which he had evidently got by heart from some advertisement or other, words to the effect that she, the writer, hitherto known as Elizabeth Jane Newson, was going to call herself Elizabeth Jane Henchard forthwith. It was done, and fastened up, and directed to the office of the Casterbridge Chronicle. "Now," said Henchard, with the blaze of satisfaction that he always emitted when he had carried his point, though tenderness softened it this time, "I'll go upstairs and hunt for some documents that will prove it all to you. But I won't trouble you with them till to-morrow. Good night, my Elizabeth Jane." He was gone before the bewildered girl could realize what it all meant, or adjust her filial sense to the new centre of gravity. She was thankful that he had left her to herself for the evening, and sat down over the fire. Here she remained in silence, and wept, not for her mother now, but for the genial sailor Richard Newson, to whom she seemed doing a wrong. Henchard in the meantime had gone upstairs. Papers of a domestic nature he kept in a drawer in his bedroom, and this he unlocked. Before turning them over, he leant back and indulged in reposeful thought. Elizabeth was his at last, and she was a girl of such good sense and kind heart that she would be sure to like him. He was the kind of man to whom some human object for pouring out his heart upon, were it emotive or were it choleric, was almost a necessity. The craving of his heart for the re-establishment of this tenderest human tie had been great during his wife's lifetime, and now he had submitted to its mastery without reluctance and without fear. He bent over the drawer again and proceeded in his search. Among the other papers had been placed the contents of his wife's little desk, the keys of which had been handed to him at her request. Here was the letter addressed to him, with the restriction, "Not to be opened till Elizabeth Jane's wedding day." Mrs. Henchard, though more patient than her husband, had been no practical hand at anything. In sealing up the sheet, which was folded and tucked in without an envelope, in the old-fashioned way, she had overlaid the junction with a large mass of wax without the requisite undertouch of the same. The seal had cracked, and the letter was open. Henchard had no reason to suppose the restriction one of serious weight, and his feeling for his late wife had not been of the nature of deep respect. "Some trifling fancy or other of poor Susan's, I suppose," he said, and without curiosity he allowed his eyes to scan the letter. "My dear Michael, for the good of all three of us, I have kept one thing a secret from you till now. I hope you will understand why. I think you will, though perhaps you may not forgive me. But, dear Michael, I have done it for the best. I shall be in my grave when you read this, and Elizabeth Jane will have a home. Don't curse me, Mike. Think of how I was situated. I can hardly write it, but here it is. Elizabeth Jane is not your Elizabeth Jane, the child who was in my arms when you sold me. No, she died 3 months after that, and this living one is my other husband's. I christened her by the same name we had given to the first, and she filled up the ache I felt at the other's loss. Michael, I am dying, and I might have held my tongue, but I could not. Tell her husband of this, or not, as you may judge, and forgive, if you can, a woman you once deeply wronged, as she forgives you. Susan Henchard." Her husband regarded the paper as if it were a window-pane through which he saw for miles. His lips twitched, and he seemed to compress his frame as if to bear better. His usual habit was not to consider whether destiny were hard upon him or not, the shape of his ideals in cases of affliction being simply a moody, "I am to suffer, I perceive. This much scourging, then, it is for me." But now, through his passionate head, there stormed this thought, that the blasting disclosure was what he had deserved. His wife's extreme reluctance to have the girl's name altered from Newson to Henchard was now accounted for fully. It furnished another illustration of that honesty in dishonesty which had characterized her in other things. He remained unnerved and purposeless for near a couple of hours, till he suddenly said, "Ah, I wonder if it is true." He jumped up in an impulse, kicked off his slippers, and went with a candle to the door of Elizabeth Jane's room, where he put his ear to the keyhole and listened. She was breathing profoundly. Henchard softly turned the handle, entered, and, shading the light, approached the bedside. Gradually bringing the light from behind a screening curtain, he held it in such a manner that it fell slantwise on her face without shining on her eyes. He steadfastly regarded her features. They were fair, his were dark, but this was an unimportant preliminary. In sleep there come to the surface buried genealogical facts, ancestral curves, dead men's traits, which the mobility of daytime animation screens and overwhelms. In the present statuesque repose of the young girl's countenance, Richard Newson's was unmistakably reflected. He could not endure the sight of her, and hastened away. Misery taught him nothing more than defiant endurance of it. His wife was dead, and the first impulse for revenge died with the thought that she was beyond him. He looked out at the night as at a fiend. Henchard, like all his kind, was superstitious, and he could not help thinking that the concatenation of events this evening had produced was the scheme of some sinister intelligence bent on punishing him. Yet they had developed naturally. If he had not revealed his past history to Elizabeth, he would not have searched the drawer for papers, and so on. The mockery was that he should have no sooner taught a girl to claim the shelter of his paternity than he discovered her to have no kinship with him. This ironical sequence of things angered him like an impish trick from a fellow creature. Like Prester John's, his table had been spread, and infernal harpies had snatched up the food. He went out of the house and moved sullenly onward down the pavement till he came to the bridge at the bottom of the High Street. Here he turned in upon a by-path on the river bank, skirting the north-eastern limits of the town. These precincts embodied the mournful phases of Casterbridge life, as the south avenues embodied its cheerful moods. The whole way along here was sunless, even in summer-time. In spring, white frosts lingered here when other places were steaming with warmth, while in winter it was the seed-field of all the aches, rheumatisms, and torturing cramps of the year. The Casterbridge doctors must have pined away for want of sufficient nourishment, but for the configuration of the landscape on the north-eastern side. The river, slow, noiseless, and dark, the Schwarzwasser of Casterbridge, ran beneath a low cliff, the two together forming a defence which had rendered walls and artificial earthworks on this side unnecessary. Here were the ruins of a Franciscan priory, and a mill attached to the same, the water of which roared down a back hatch like the voice of desolation. Above the cliff and behind the river rose a pile of buildings, and in the front of the pile a square mass cut into the sky. It was like a pedestal lacking its statue. This missing feature, without which the design remained incomplete, was in truth the corpse of a man, for the square mass formed the base of the gallows, the extensive buildings at the back being the county jail. In the meadow where Henchard now walked, the mob were wont to gather whenever an execution took place, and there, to the tune of the roaring weir, they stood and watched the spectacle. The exaggeration which darkness imparted to the glooms of this region impressed Henchard more than he had expected. The lugubrious harmony of the spot with his domestic situation was too perfect for him, impatient of effects, scenes, and adumbrations. It reduced his heart-burning to melancholy, and he exclaimed, "Why the deuce did I come here?" He went on past the cottage in which the old local hangman had lived and died, in times before that calling was monopolized all over England by a single gentleman, and climbed up by a steep back lane into the town. For the sufferings of that night, engendered by his bitter disappointment, he might well have been pitied. He was like one who had half fainted, and could neither recover nor complete the swoon. In words he could blame his wife, but not in his heart. And had he obeyed the wise directions outside her letter, this pain would have been spared him for long, possibly for ever, Elizabeth Jane seeming to show no ambition to quit her safe and secluded maiden courses for the speculative path of matrimony. The morning came after this night of unrest, and with it the necessity for a plan. He was far too self-willed to recede from a position, especially as it would involve humiliation. His daughter he had asserted her to be, and his daughter she should always think herself, no matter what hypocrisy it involved. But he was ill prepared for the first step in this new situation. The moment he came into the breakfast-room, Elizabeth advanced with open confidence to him and took him by the arm. "I have thought and thought all night of it," she said frankly, "and I see that everything must be as you say, and I am going to look upon you as the father that you are, and not to call you Mr. Henchard any more. It is so plain to me now. Indeed, father, it is. For, of course, you would not have done half the things you have done for me, and let me have my own way so entirely, and bought me presents, if I had only been your step-daughter. He, Mr. Newson, whom my poor mother married by such a strange mistake," Henchard was glad that he had disguised matters here, "was very kind, oh, so kind." She spoke with tears in her eyes. "But that is not the same thing as being one's real father after all. Now, father, breakfast is ready," she said cheerfully. Henchard bent and kissed her cheek. The moment and the act he had prefigured for weeks with a thrill of pleasure, yet it was no less than a miserable insipidity to him now that it had come. His reinstation of her mother had been chiefly for the girl's sake, and the fruition of the whole scheme was such dust and ashes as this. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 20. Of all the enigmas which ever confronted a girl, there can have been seldom one like that which followed Henchard's announcement of himself to Elizabeth as her father. He had done it in an ardour and an agitation which had half carried the point of affection with her. Yet, behold, from the next morning onwards his manner was constrained as she had never seen it before. The coldness soon broke out into open chiding. One grievous failing of Elizabeth's was her occasional pretty and picturesque use of dialect words, those terrible marks of the beast to the truly genteel. It was dinner time. They never met except at meals, and she happened to say, when he was rising from table, wishing to show him something, "If you'll bide where you be a minute, father, I'll get it." "Bide where you be?" he echoed sharply. "Good God, are you only fit to carry wash to a pig trough, that ye use such words as those?" She reddened with shame and sadness. "I meant, stay where you are, father," she said in a low, humble voice. "I ought to have been more careful." He made no reply, and went out of the room. The sharp reprimand was not lost upon her, and in time it came to pass that for Fay she said succeed, that she no longer spoke of Dumbledores, but of humble bees, no longer said of young men and women that they walked together, but that they were engaged, that she grew to talk of Greggles as wild hyacinths, that when she had not slept she did not quaintly tell the servants next morning that she had been Hagrid, but that she had suffered from indigestion. These improvements, however, are somewhat in advance of the story. Henchard, being uncultivated himself, was the bitterest critic the fair girl could possibly have had of her own lapses, really slight now, for she read omnivorously. A gratuitous ordeal was in store for her in the matter of her handwriting. She was passing the dining-room door one evening, and had occasion to go in for something. It was not till she had opened the door that she knew the mayor was there in the company of the man with whom he transacted business. "Here, Elizabeth Jane," he said, looking round at her, "just write down what I tell you, a few words of an agreement for me and this gentleman to sign. I am a poor tool with a pen." "Be jound, and so be I," said the gentleman. She brought forward blotting-book, paper, and ink, and sat down. "Now then, an agreement entered into this 16th day of October. Write that first." She started the pen in an elephantine march across the sheet. It was a splendid, round, bold hand of her own conception, a style that would have stamped a woman as Minerva's own in more recent days. But other ideas reigned then. Henchard's creed was that proper young girls wrote ladies' hand. Nay, he believed that bristling characters were as innate and inseparable a part of refined womanhood as sex itself. Hence, when, instead of scribbling, like the Princess Ida, in such a hand as when a field of corn bows all its ears before the roaring east, Elizabeth Jane produced a line of chain-shot and sandbags, he reddened in angry shame for her, and peremptorily saying, "Never mind, I'll finish it," dismissed her there and then. Her considerate disposition became a pitfall to her now. She was, it must be admitted, sometimes provokingly and unnecessarily willing to saddle herself with manual labors. She would go to the kitchen instead of ringing, not to make Phoebe come up twice. She went down on her knees, shovel in hand, when the cat overturned the coal scuttle. Moreover, she would persistently thank the parlour-maid for everything, till one day, as soon as the girl was gone from the room, Henchard broke out with, "Good God, why doesn't leave off thanking that girl as if she were a goddess born? Don't I pay her £12 a year to do things for 'ee?" Elizabeth shrank so visibly at the exclamation that he became sorry a few minutes after, and said that he did not mean to be rough. These domestic exhibitions were the small protruding needle-rocks which suggested rather than revealed what was underneath. But his passion had less terror for her than his coldness. The increasing frequency of the latter mood told her the sad news that he disliked her with a growing dislike. The more interesting that her appearance and manners became under the softening influences which she could now command, and in her wisdom did command, the more she seemed to estrange him. Sometimes she caught him looking at her with a lowering invidiousness that she could hardly bear. Not knowing his secret, it was cruel mockery that she should for the first time excite his animosity when she had taken his surname. But the most terrible ordeal was to come. Elizabeth had latterly been accustomed of an afternoon to present a cup of cider or ale, and bread and cheese, to Nance Mockridge, who worked in the yard wimbling hay-bonds. Nance accepted this offering thankfully at first, afterwards as a matter of course. On a day when Henchard was on the premises, he saw his step-daughter enter the hay-barn on this errand, and as there was no clear spot on which to deposit the provisions, she at once set to work arranging 2 trusses of hay at the table, Mockridge meanwhile standing with her hands on her hips, easefully looking at the preparations on her behalf. "Elizabeth, come here," said Henchard, and she obeyed. "Why do you lower yourself so confoundedly?" he said with suppressed passion. "Haven't I told you o' it 50 times, hey? Making yourself a drudge for a common workwoman of such a character as hers? Why, you'll disgrace me to the dust." Now these words were uttered loud enough to reach Nance inside the barn door, who fired up immediately at the slur upon her personal character. Coming to the door, she cried, regardless of consequences, "Come to that, Mr. Henchard, I can let 'ee know she've waited on worse." "Then she must have had more charity than sense," said Henchard. "Oh, no, she hadn't. 'Twere not for charity, but for hire, and at a public-house in this town." "It is not true!" cried Henchard indignantly. "Just ask her," said Nance, folding her naked arms in such a manner that she could comfortably scratch her elbows. Henchard glanced at Elizabeth Jane, whose complexion, now pink and white from confinement, lost nearly all of the former colour. "What does this mean?" he said to her. "Anything or nothing?" "It is true," said Elizabeth Jane, "but it was only—" "Did you do it or didn't you? Where was it?" "At the Three Mariners, one evening for a little while, when we were staying there." Nance glanced triumphantly at Henchard and sailed into the barn, for, assuming that she was to be discharged on the instant, she had resolved to make the most of her victory. Henchard, however, said nothing about discharging her. Unduly sensitive on such points by reason of his own past, he had the look of one completely ground down to the last indignity. Elizabeth followed him to the house like a culprit, but when she got inside she could not see him, nor did she see him again that day. Convinced of the scathing damage to his local repute and position that must have been caused by such a fact, though it had never before reached his own ears, Henchard showed a positive distaste for the presence of this girl not his own, whenever he encountered her. He mostly dined with the farmers at the market-room of one of the 2 chief hotels, leaving her in utter solitude. Could he have seen how she made use of those silent hours, he might have found reason to reserve his judgment on her quality. She read and took notes incessantly, mastering facts with painful laboriousness, but never flinching from her self-imposed task. She began the study of Latin, incited by the Roman characteristics of the town she lived in. "If I am not well informed, it shall be by no fault of my own," she would say to herself through the tears that would occasionally glide down her peachy cheeks when she was fairly baffled by the portentous obscurity of many of these educational works. Thus she lived on, a dumb, deep-feeling, great-eyed creature, construed by not a single contiguous being, quenching with patient fortitude her incipient interest in Farfrae, because it seemed to be one-sided, unmaidenly, and unwise. True, that for reasons best known to herself, she had, since Farfrae's dismissal, shifted her quarters from the back room affording a view of the yard, which she had occupied with such zest, to a front chamber overlooking the street. But as for the young man, whenever he passed the house, he seldom or never turned his head. Winter had almost come, and unsettled weather made her still more dependent upon indoor resources. But there were certain early winter days in Casterbridge, days of firmamental exhaustion which followed angry south-westerly tempests, when, if the sun shone, the air was like velvet. She seized on these days for her periodical visits to the spot where her mother lay buried, the still used burial ground of the old Roman British city, whose curious feature was this, its continuity as a place of sepulture. Mrs. Henchard's dust mingled with the dust of women who lay ornamented with glass hairpins and amber necklaces, and men who held in their mouths coins of Hadrian, Posthumus, and the Constantines. 10:30 in the morning was about her hour for seeking this spot, a time when the town avenues were deserted as the avenues of Karnak. Business had long since passed down them into its daily cells, and leisure had not arrived there. So Elizabeth Jane walked and read, or looked over the edge of the book to think, and thus reached the churchyard. There, approaching her mother's grave, she saw a solitary dark figure in the middle of the gravel walk. This figure, too, was reading, but not from a book, the words which engrossed it being the inscription on Mrs. Henchard's tombstone. The personage was in mourning, like herself, was about her age and size, and might have been her wraith or double, but for the fact that it was a lady much more beautifully dressed than she. Indeed, comparatively indifferent as Elizabeth Jane was to dress, unless for some temporary whim or purpose, her eyes were arrested by the artistic perfection of the lady's appearance. Her gait, too, had a flexuousness about it, which seemed to avoid angularity. It was a revelation to Elizabeth that human beings could reach this stage of external development. She had never suspected it. She felt all the freshness and grace to be stolen from herself on the instant by the neighbourhood of such a stranger. And this was in face of the fact that Elizabeth could now have been writ handsome, while the young lady was simply pretty. Had she been envious, she might have hated the woman, but she did not do that. She allowed herself the pleasure of feeling fascinated. She wondered where the lady had come from. The stumpy and practical walk of honest homeliness which mostly prevailed there, the two styles of dress thereabout, the simple and the mistaken, equally avouched that this figure was no Casterbridge woman's, even if a book in her hand resembling a guide-book had not also suggested it. The stranger presently moved from the tombstone of Mrs. Henchard and vanished behind the corner of the wall. Elizabeth went to the tomb herself. Beside it were two footprints distinct in the soil, signifying that the lady had stood there a long time. She returned homeward, musing on what she had seen, as she might have mused on a rainbow or the northern lights, a rare butterfly or a cameo. Interesting as things had been out of doors, at home it turned out to be one of her bad days. Henchard, whose 2 years' mayoralty was ending, had been made aware that he was not to be chosen to fill a vacancy in the list of aldermen, and that Farfrae was likely to become one of the council. This caused the unfortunate discovery that she had played the waiting-maid in the town of which he was mayor to rankle in his mind yet more poisonously. He had learnt by personal inquiry at the time that it was to Donald Farfrae, that treacherous upstart, that she had thus humiliated herself. And though Mrs. Stanage seemed to attach no great importance to the incident, the cheerful souls at the Three Mariners having exhausted its aspects long ago, such was Henchard's haughty spirit that the simple, thrifty deed was regarded as little less than a social catastrophe by him. Ever since the evening of his wife's arrival with her daughter, there had been something in the air which had changed his luck. That dinner at the King's Arms with his friends had been Henchard's Austerlitz. He had had his successes since, but his course had not been upward. He was not to be numbered among the aldermen, that peerage of burghers, as he had expected to be, and the consciousness of this soured him to-day. "Well, where have you been?" he said to her with offhand laconism. "I've been strolling in the walks and churchyard, father, till I feel quite leery." She clapped her hand to her mouth, but too late. This was just enough to incense Henchard after the other crosses of the day. "I won't have you talk like that," he thundered. "Leery, indeed! One would think you worked upon a farm. One day I learn from you that you lend a hand in public-houses, then I hear you talk like a clodhopper. I'm burned. If it goes on, this house can't hold us two." The only way of getting a single pleasant thought to go to sleep upon, after this, was by recalling the lady she had seen that day, and hoping she might see her again. Meanwhile Henchard was sitting up, thinking over his jealous folly in forbidding Farfrae to pay his addresses to this girl who did not belong to him, when, if he had allowed them to go on, he might not have been encumbered with her. At last he said to himself with satisfaction, as he jumped up and went to the writing-table, "Ah, he'll think it means peace and a marriage portion, not that I don't want my house to be troubled with her, and no portion at all." He wrote as follows: "Sir, on consideration, I don't wish to interfere with your courtship of Elizabeth Jane, if you care for her. I therefore withdraw my objection, excepting in this, that the business be not carried on in my house. Yours, M. Henchard. Mr. Farfrae." The morrow, being fairly fine, found Elizabeth Jane again in the churchyard, but while looking for the lady she was startled by the apparition of Farfrae, who passed outside the gate. He glanced up for a moment from a pocket-book in which he appeared to be making figures as he went. Whether or not he saw her he took no notice, and disappeared. Unduly depressed by a sense of her own superfluity, she thought he probably scorned her, and, quite broken in spirit, sat down on a bench. She fell into painful thought on her position, which ended with her saying, quite loud, "Oh, I wish I was dead with dear mother." Behind the bench was a little promenade under the wall, where people sometimes walked instead of on the gravel. The bench seemed to be touched by something. She looked round, and a face was bending over her, veiled but still distinct, the face of the young woman she had seen yesterday. Elizabeth Jane looked confounded for a moment, knowing she had been overheard, though there was pleasure in her confusion. "Yes, I heard you," said the lady in a vivacious voice, answering her look. "What can have happened?" I can't tell you," said Elizabeth, putting her hand to her face to hide a quick flush that had come. There was no movement or word for a few seconds. Then the girl felt that the young lady was sitting down beside her. "I guess how it is with you," said the latter. "That was your mother." She waved her hand towards the tombstone. Elizabeth looked up at her as if inquiring of herself whether there should be confidence. The lady's manner was so desirous, so anxious, that the girl decided there should be confidence. "It was my mother," she said, "my only friend." "But your father, Mr. Henchard, he is living." "Yes, he is living," said Elizabeth Jane. "Is he not kind to you?" "I've no wish to complain of him." "There has been a disagreement." "A little." "Perhaps you were to blame," suggested the stranger. "I was, in many ways," sighed the meek Elizabeth. "I swept up the coals when the servants ought to have done it, and I said I was leery, and he was angry with me." The lady seemed to warm towards her for that reply. "Do you know the impression your words give me?" she said, ingenuously. "That he is a hot-tempered man, a little proud, perhaps ambitious, but not a bad man." Her anxiety not to condemn Henchard while siding with Elizabeth was curious. "Oh no, certainly not bad," agreed the honest girl, "and he has not even been unkind to me till lately, since mother died. But it has been very much to bear while it has lasted. All is owing to my defects, I dare say, and my defects are owing to my history." "What is your history?" Elizabeth Jane looked wistfully at her questioner. She found that her questioner was looking at her, turned her eyes down, and then seemed compelled to look back again. "My history is not gay or attractive," she said, "and yet I can tell it if you really want to know." The lady assured her that she did want to know, whereupon Elizabeth Jane told the tale of her life as she understood it, which was in general the true one, except that the sale at the fair had no part therein. Contrary to the girl's expectation, her new friend was not shocked. This cheered her, and it was not till she thought of returning to that home in which she had been treated so roughly of late that her spirits fell. "I don't know how to return," she murmured. "I think of going away. But what can I do? Where can I go?" "Perhaps it will be better soon," said her friend gently, "so I would not go far. Now, what do you think of this? I shall soon want somebody to live in my house, partly as housekeeper, partly as companion. Would you mind coming to me? But perhaps—" "Oh yes," cried Elizabeth, with tears in her eyes. "I would indeed. I would do anything to be independent, for then perhaps my father might get to love me. But "What?" "I am no accomplished person, and a companion to you must be that." "Oh, not necessarily." "Not? But I can't help using rural words sometimes, when I don't mean to." "Never mind, I shall like to know them." "And, oh, I know I shan't do," she cried with a distressful laugh. "I accidentally learned to write roundhand instead of lady's hand, and of course you want some one who can write that." "Well, no." "What, not necessary to write lady's hand?" cried the joyous Elizabeth. "Not at all. But where do you live?" "In Casterbridge, or rather I shall be living here after 12 o'clock to-day." Elizabeth expressed her astonishment. "I have been staying at Budmouth for a few days while my house was getting ready. The house I am going into is that one they call High Place Hall, the old stone one looking down the lane to the market. 2 or 3 rooms are fit for occupation, though not all. I sleep there to-night for the first time. Now, will you think over my proposal, and meet me here the first fine day next week, and say if you are still in the same mind?" Elizabeth, her eyes shining at this prospect of a change from an unbearable position, joyfully assented, and the two parted at the gate of the churchyard. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 21. As a maxim glibly repeated from childhood remains practically unmarked till some mature experience enforces it, so did this High Place Hall now for the first time really show itself to Elizabeth Jane, though her ears had heard its name on 100 occasions. Her mind dwelt upon nothing else but the stranger and the house and her own chance of living there all the rest of the day. In the afternoon she had occasion to pay a few bills in the town, and do a little shopping, when she learnt that what was a new discovery to herself had become a common topic about the streets. High Place Hall was undergoing repair, a lady was coming there to live shortly, all the shop people knew it, and had already discounted the chance of her being a customer. Elizabeth Jane could, however, add a capping touch to information so new to her in the bulk. The lady, she said, had arrived that day. When the lamps were lighted, and it was yet not so dark as to render chimneys, attics, and roofs invisible, Elizabeth, almost with a lover's feeling, thought she would like to look at the outside of High Place Hall. She went up the street in that direction. The hall, with its grey facade and parapet, was the only residence of its sort so near the centre of the town. It had, in the first place, the characteristics of a country mansion: birds' nests in its chimneys, damp nooks where fungi grew, and irregularities of surface direct from nature's trowel. At night the forms of passengers were patterned by the lamps in black shadows upon the pale walls. This evening motes of straw lay around, and other signs of the premises having been in that lawless condition which accompanies the entry of a new tenant. The house was entirely of stone, and formed an example of dignity without great size. It was not altogether aristocratic, still less consequential, yet the old-fashioned stranger instinctively said, "Blood built it, and wealth enjoys it," however vague his opinions of those accessories might be. Yet as regards the enjoying it, the stranger would have been wrong, for until this very evening, when the new lady had arrived, the house had been empty for a year or two, while before that interval its occupancy had been irregular. The reason of its unpopularity was soon made manifest. Some of its rooms overlooked the market-place, and such a prospect from such a house was not considered desirable or seemly by its would-be occupiers. Elizabeth's eyes sought the upper rooms and saw lights there. The lady had obviously arrived. The impression that this woman of comparatively practised manner had made upon the studious girl's mind was so deep that she enjoyed standing under an opposite archway merely to think that the charming lady was inside the confronting walls, and to wonder what she was doing. Her admiration for the architecture of that front was entirely on account of the inmate it screened. Though, for that matter, the architecture deserved admiration, or at least study, on its own account. It was Palladian, and, like most architecture erected since the Gothic age, was a compilation rather than a design. But its reasonableness made it impressive. It was not rich, but rich enough. A timely consciousness of the ultimate vanity of human architecture, no less than of other human things, had prevented artistic superfluity. Men had still quite recently been going in and out with parcels and packing-cases, rendering the door and hall within like a public thoroughfare. Elizabeth trotted through the open door in the dusk, but becoming alarmed at her own temerity, she went quickly out again by another which stood open in the lofty wall of the back court. To her surprise, she found herself in one of the little used alleys of the town. Looking round at the door which had given her egress, by the light of the solitary lamp fixed in the alley, she saw that it was arched and old, older even than the house itself. The door was studded, and the keystone of the arch was a mask. Originally the mask had exhibited a comic leer, as could still be discerned, but generations of Casterbridge boys had thrown stones at the mask, aiming at its open mouth, and the blows thereon had chipped off the lips and jaws as if they had been eaten away by disease. The appearance was so ghastly by the weekly lamp glimmer that she could not bear to look at it, the first unpleasant feature of her visit. The position of the queer old door and the odd presence of the leering mask suggested one thing above all others as appertaining to the mansion's past history: intrigue. By the alley it had been possible to come unseen from all sorts of quarters in the town: the old playhouse, the old bull-stake, the old cock-pit, the pool wherein nameless infants had been used to disappear. High Place Hall could boast of its conveniences, undoubtedly. She turned to come away in the nearest direction homeward, which was down the alley, but hearing footsteps approaching in that quarter, and having no great wish to be found in such a place at such a time, she quickly retreated. There being no other way out, she stood behind a brick pier till the intruder should have gone his ways. Had she watched, she would have been surprised. She would have seen that the pedestrian, on coming up, made straight for the arched doorway, that, as he paused with his hand upon the latch, the lamplight fell upon the face of Henchard. But Elizabeth Jane clung so closely to her nook that she discerned nothing of this. Henchard passed in, as ignorant of her presence as she was ignorant of his identity, and disappeared in the darkness. Elizabeth came out a second time into the alley, and made the best of her way home. Henchard's chiding, by begetting in her a nervous fear of doing anything definable as unladylike, had operated thus curiously in keeping them unknown to each other at a critical moment. Much might have resulted from recognition, at the least a query on either side in one and the self-same form: what could he or she possibly be doing there? Henchard, whatever his business at the lady's house, reached his own home only a few minutes later than Elizabeth Jane. Her plan was to broach the question of leaving his roof this evening. The events of the day had urged her to the course. But its execution depended upon his mood, and she anxiously awaited his manner towards her. She found that it had changed. He showed no further tendency to be angry. He showed something worse. Absolute indifference had taken the place of irritability, and his coldness was such that it encouraged her to departure, even more than hot temper could have done. "Father, have you any objection to my going away?" she asked. "Going away? No, none whatever. Where are you going?" She thought it undesirable and unnecessary to say anything at present about her destination to one who took so little interest in her. He would know that soon enough. "I have heard of an opportunity of getting more cultivated and finished, and being less idle," she answered with hesitation. "A chance of a place in a household where I can have advantages of study and seeing refined life." "Then make the best of it, in heaven's name, if you can't get cultivated where you are." "You don't object?" "Object? I? Oh, no, not at all." After a pause he said, "But you won't have enough money for this lively scheme without help, you know. If you like, I should be willing to make you an allowance, so that you not be bound to live upon the starvation wages refined folk are likely to pay ye." She thanked him for this offer. "It had better be done properly," he added after a pause. "A small annuity is what I should like you to have, so as to be independent of me, and so that I may be independent of you. Would that please ye?" "Certainly." "Then I'll see about it this very day." He seemed relieved to get her off his hands by this arrangement, and as far as they were concerned the matter was settled. She now simply waited to see the lady again. The day and the hour came, but a drizzling rain fell. Elizabeth Jane, having now changed her orbit from one of gay independence to laborious self-help, thought the weather good enough for such declined glory as hers, if her friend would only face it, a matter of doubt. She went to the boot-room where her patents had hung ever since her apotheosis, took them down, had their mildewed leathers blacked, and put them on as she had done in old times. Thus mounted, and with cloak and umbrella, she went off to the place of appointment, intending, if the lady were not there, to call at the house. One side of the churchyard, the side towards the weather, was sheltered by an ancient thatched mud wall, whose eaves overhung as much as 1 or 2 feet. At the back of the wall was a cornyard with its granary and barns, the place wherein she had met Farfrae many months earlier. Under the projection of the thatch she saw a figure. The young lady had come. Her presence so exceptionally substantiated the girl's utmost hopes that she almost feared her good fortune. Fancies find rooms in the strongest minds. Here, in a churchyard old as civilization, in the worst of weathers, was a strange woman of curious fascinations never seen elsewhere. There might be some devilry about her presence. However, Elizabeth went on to the church tower, on whose summit the rope of a flagstaff rattled in the wind, and thus she came to the wall. The lady had such a cheerful aspect in the drizzle that Elizabeth forgot her fancy. "Well," said the lady, a little of the whiteness of her teeth appearing with the word, through the black fleece that protected her face. "Have you decided?" "Yes, quite," said the other eagerly. "Your father is willing?" "Yes." "Then come along." "When?" "Now, as soon as you like. I had a good mind to send to you to come to my house, thinking you might not venture up here in the wind. But as I like getting out of doors, I thought I would come and see first." "It was my own thought." "That shows we shall agree. Then, can you come to-day? My house is so hollow and dismal that I want some living thing there." "I think I might be able to," said the girl, reflecting. Voices were borne over to them at that instant on the wind and raindrops from the other side of the wall. There came such words as sacks, quarters, threshing, tailing, next Saturday's market, each sentence being disorganized by the gusts like a face in a cracked mirror. Both the women listened. "Who are those?" said the lady. "One is my father. He rents that yard and barn." The lady seemed to forget the immediate business in listening to the technicalities of the corn trade. At last she said suddenly, "Did you tell him where you were going to?" "No." "Oh, how was that?" "I thought it safer to get away first, as he is so uncertain in his temper." "Perhaps you are right. Besides, I have never told you my name. It is Miss Templeman. Are they gone on the other side?" "No, they have only gone up into the granary." "Well, it is getting damp here. I shall expect you to-day, this evening, say, at 6. "Which way shall I come, ma'am?" "The front way, round by the gate. There is no other that I have noticed." Elizabeth Jane had been thinking of the door in the alley. "Perhaps as you have not mentioned your destination, you may as well keep silent upon it till you are clear off. Who knows but that he may alter his mind?" Elizabeth Jane shook her head. "On consideration, I don't fear it," she said sadly. "He has grown quite cold to me." "Very well. 6 o'clock, then." When they had emerged upon the open road and parted, they found enough to do in holding their bowed umbrellas to the wind. Nevertheless, the lady looked in at the cornyard gates as she passed them, and paused on one foot for a moment. But nothing was visible there save the ricks, and the hump-backed barn cushioned with moss, and the granary rising against the church tower behind, where the smacking of the rope against the flagstaff still went on. Now Henchard had not the slightest suspicion that Elizabeth Jane's movement was to be so prompt. Hence, when, just before 6, he reached home and saw a fly at the door from the King's Arms, and his stepdaughter with all her little bags and boxes getting into it, he was taken by surprise. "But you said I might go, father," she explained through the carriage window. "Said? Yes, but I thought you meant next month or next year. Odd seize it, you take time by the forelock. This, then, is how you be going to treat me for all my trouble about ye." "Oh, father, how can you speak like that? It is unjust of you," she said with spirit. "Well, well, have your own way," he replied. He entered the house, and seeing that all her things had not yet been brought down, went up to her room to look on. He had never been there since she had occupied it. Evidences of her care, of her endeavours for improvement, were visible all around, in the form of books, sketches, maps, and little arrangements for tasteful effects. Henchard had known nothing of these efforts. He gazed at them, turned suddenly about, and came down to the door. "Look here," he said, in an altered voice. He never called her by name now. "Don't he go away from me. It may be I've spoken roughly to you, but I've been grieved beyond everything by you. There's something that caused it." "By me?" she said, with deep concern. "What have I done?" "I can't tell you now. But if you'll stop and go on living as my daughter, I'll tell you all in time." But the proposal had come 10 minutes too late. She was in the fly, was already, in imagination, at the house of the lady whose manner had such charms for her. "Father," she said, as considerately as she could, "I think it best for us that I go on now. I need not stay long. I shall not be far away, and if you want me badly, I can soon come back again." He nodded ever so slightly, as a receipt of her decision, and no more. "You are not going far, you say. What will be your address in case I wish to write to you? Or am I not to know?" "Oh, yes, certainly. It is only in the town. High Place Hall." "Where?" said Henchard, his face stilling. She repeated the words. He neither moved nor spoke, and waving her hand to him in utmost friendliness, she signified to the flyman to drive up the street. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 22. We go back for a moment to the preceding night to account for Henchard's attitude. At the hour when Elizabeth Jane was contemplating her stealthy reconnoitring excursion to the abode of the lady of her fancy, he had been not a little amazed at receiving a letter by hand in Lucetta's well-known characters. The self-repression, the resignation of her previous communication, had vanished from her mood. She wrote with some of the natural lightness which had marked her in their early acquaintance. High Place Hall. My dear Mr. Henchard, don't be surprised. It is for your good and mine, as I hope, that I have come to live at Casterbridge. For how long, I cannot tell. That depends upon another, and he is a man, and a merchant, and a mayor, and one who has the first right to my affections. Seriously, mon ami, I am not so light-hearted as I may seem to be from this. I have come here in consequence of hearing of the death of your wife, whom you used to think of as dead so many years before. Poor woman, she seems to have been a sufferer, though uncomplaining, and, though weak in intellect, not an imbecile. I am glad you acted fairly by her. As soon as I knew she was no more, it was brought home to me very forcibly by my conscience that I ought to endeavour to disperse the shade which my étourderie flung over my name, by asking you to carry out your promise to me. I hope you are of the same mind, and that you will take steps to this end. As, however, I did not know how you were situated, or what had happened since our separation, I decided to come and establish myself here before communicating with you. You probably feel as I do about this. I shall be able to see you in a day or two. Till then, farewell. Yours, Lucetta. P.S. I was unable to keep my appointment to meet you for a moment or two in passing through Casterbridge the other day. My plans were altered by a family event, which it will surprise you to hear of. Henchard had already heard that High Place Hall was being prepared for a tenant. He said with a puzzled air to the first person he encountered, "Who is coming to live at the Hall?" "A lady of the name of Templeman, I believe, sir," said his informant. Henchard thought it over. "Lucetta is related to her, I suppose," he said to himself. "Yes, I must put her in her proper position, undoubtedly." It was by no means with the oppression that would once have accompanied the thought that he regarded the moral necessity now. It was indeed with interest, if not warmth. His bitter disappointment at finding Elizabeth Jane to be none of his, and himself a childless man, had left an emotional void in Henchard that he unconsciously craved to fill. In this frame of mind, though without strong feeling, he had strolled up the alley and into High Place Hall by the postern at which Elizabeth had so nearly encountered him. He had gone on thence into the court, and inquired of a man whom he saw unpacking china from a crate if Miss Lesueur was living there. Miss Lesueur had been the name under which he had known Lucetta, or Lucette, as she had called herself at that time. The man replied in the negative, that Miss Templeman only had come. Henchard went away, concluding that Lucetta had not as yet settled in. He was in this interested stage of the inquiry when he witnessed Elizabeth Jane's departure the next day. On hearing her announce the address, there suddenly took possession of him the strange thought that Lucetta and Miss Templeman were one and the same person, for he could recall that in her season of intimacy with him the name of the rich relative whom he had deemed somewhat a mythical personage had been given as Templeman. Though he was not a fortune hunter, the possibility that Lucetta had been sublimed into a lady by means of some munificent testament on the part of this relative lent a charm to her image which it might not otherwise have acquired. He was getting on towards the dead level of middle age, when material things increasingly possess the mind. But Henchard was not left long in suspense. Lucetta was rather addicted to scribbling, as had been shown by the torrent of letters after the fiasco in their marriage arrangements, and hardly had Elizabeth gone away when another note came to the mayor's house from High Place Hall. "I am in residence," she said, "and comfortable, though getting here has been a wearisome undertaking. You probably know what I am going to tell you, or do you not? My good Aunt Templeman, the banker's widow, whose very existence you used to doubt, much more her affluence, has lately died, and bequeathed some of her property to me. I will not enter into details except to say that I have taken her name as a means of escape from mine and its wrongs. I am now my own mistress, and have chosen to reside in Casterbridge, to be tenant of High Place Hall, that at least you may be put to no trouble if you wish to see me. My first intention was to keep you in ignorance of the changes in my life till you should meet me in the street, but I have thought better of this. You probably are aware of my arrangement with your daughter, and have doubtless laughed at the, what shall I call it, practical joke, in all affection, of my getting her to live with me. But my first meeting with her was purely an accident. Do you see, Michael, partly why I have done it? Why, to give you an excuse for coming here, as if to visit her, and thus to form my acquaintance naturally. She is a dear good girl, and she thinks you have treated her with undue severity. You may have done so in your haste, but not deliberately, I am sure. As the result has been to bring her to me, I am not disposed to upbraid you. In haste, yours always, Lucetta. The excitement which these announcements produced in Henchard's gloomy soul was to him most pleasurable. He sat over his dining table long and dreamily, and by an almost mechanical transfer, the sentiments which had run to waste since his estrangement from Elizabeth Jane and Donald Farfrae gathered around Lucetta before they had grown dry. She was plainly in a very coming-on disposition for marriage. But what else could a poor woman be who had given her time and her heart to him so thoughtlessly at that former time as to lose her credit by it? Probably conscience no less than affection had brought her here. On the whole, he did not blame her. "The artful little woman," he said, smiling, with reference to Lucetta's adroit and pleasant manoeuvre with Elizabeth Jane. To feel that he would like to see Lucetta was, with Henchard, to start for her house. He put on his hat and went. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock when he reached her door. The answer brought him was that Miss Templeman was engaged for that evening, but that she would be happy to see him the next day. "That's rather like giving herself airs," he thought, "and considering what we But, after all, she plainly had not expected him, and he took the refusal quietly. Nevertheless, he resolved not to go next day. "These cursed women, there's not an inch of straight grain in 'em," he said. Let us follow the train of Mr. Henchard's thought as if it were a clue line, and view the interior of High Place Hall on this particular evening. On Elizabeth Jane's arrival she had been phlegmatically asked by an elderly woman to go upstairs and take off her things. She replied with great earnestness that she would not think of giving that trouble, and on the instant divested herself of her bonnet and cloak in the passage. She was then conducted to the first floor on the landing, and left to find her way further alone. The room disclosed was prettily furnished as a boudoir or small drawing-room, and on a sofa with two cylindrical pillows reclined a dark-haired, large-eyed, pretty woman of unmistakably French extraction on one side or the other. She was probably some years older than Elizabeth, and had a sparkling light in her eye. In front of the sofa was a small table, with a pack of cards scattered upon it, faces upward. The attitude had been so full of abandonment that she bounded up like a spring on hearing the door open. Perceiving that it was Elizabeth, she lapsed into ease, and came across to her with a reckless skip that innate grace only prevented from being boisterous. "Why, you are late," she said, taking hold of Elizabeth Jane's hands. "There were so many little things to put up." "And you seem dead alive and tired. Let me try to enliven you by some wonderful tricks I have learnt, to kill time. Sit there and don't move." She gathered up the pack of cards, pulled the table in front of her, and began to deal them rapidly, telling Elizabeth to choose some. "Well, have you chosen?" she asked, flinging down the last card. "No," stammered Elizabeth, arousing herself from a reverie. "I forgot. I was thinking of you and me, and how strange it is that I am here." Miss Templeman looked at Elizabeth Jane with interest, and laid down the cards. "Ah, never mind," she said. "I'll lie here while you sit by me, and we'll talk." Elizabeth drew up silently to the head of the sofa, but with obvious pleasure. It could be seen that though in years she was younger than her entertainer, in manner and general vision she seemed more of the sage. Miss Templeman deposited herself on the sofa in her former flexuous position, and throwing her arm above her brow, somewhat in the pose of a well-known conception of Titian's, talked up at Elizabeth Jane invertedly across her forehead and arm. "I must tell you something," she said. "I wonder if you have suspected it. I have only been mistress of a large house and fortune a little while." "Oh, only a little while," murmured Elizabeth Jane, her countenance slightly falling. "As a girl I lived about in garrison towns and elsewhere with my father till I was quite flighty and unsettled. He was an officer in the army. I should not have mentioned this had I not thought it best you should know the truth." "Yes, yes." She looked thoughtfully round the room, at the little square piano with brass inlayings, at the window curtains, at the lamp, at the fair and dark kings and queens on the card table, and finally at the inverted face of Lucetta Templeman, whose large lustrous eyes had such an odd effect upside down. Elizabeth's mind ran on acquirements to an almost morbid degree. "You speak French and Italian fluently, no doubt," she said. "I have not been able to get beyond a wretched bit of Latin yet." "Well, for that matter, in my native isle, speaking French does not go for much. It is rather the other way." "Where is your native isle?" It was with rather more reluctance that Miss Templeman said, "Jersey. There they speak French on one side of the street and English on the other, and a mixed tongue in the middle of the road. But it is a long time since I was there. Bath is where my people really belong to, though my ancestors in Jersey were as good as anybody in England. They were the Lesueurs, an old family who have done great things in their time. I went back and lived there after my father's death, but I don't value such past matters, and am quite an English person in my feelings and tastes." Lucetta's tongue had for a moment outrun her discretion. She had arrived at Casterbridge as a Bath lady, and there were obvious reasons why Jersey should drop out of her life. But Elizabeth had tempted her to make free, and a deliberately formed resolve had been broken. It could not, however, have been broken in safer company. Lucetta's words went no further, and after this day she was so much upon her guard that there appeared no chance of her identification with the young Jersey woman who had been Henchard's dear comrade at a critical time. Not the least amusing of her safeguards was her resolute avoidance of a French word if one by accident came to her tongue more readily than its English equivalent. She shirked it with the suddenness of the weak apostle at the accusation, "Thy speech bewrayeth thee." Expectancy sat visibly upon Lucetta the next morning. She dressed herself for Mr. Henchard, and restlessly awaited his call before midday. As he did not come, she waited on through the afternoon. But she did not tell Elizabeth that the person expected was the girl's stepfather. They sat in adjoining windows of the same room in Lucetta's great stone mansion, netting and looking out upon the market, which formed an animated scene. Elizabeth could see the crown of her stepfather's hat among the rest beneath, and was not aware that Lucetta watched the same object with yet intenser interest. He moved about amid the throng, at this point lively as an ant-hill, elsewhere more reposeful and broken up by stalls of fruit and vegetables. The farmers, as a rule, preferred the open carrefour for their transactions, despite its inconvenient jostlings and the danger from crossing vehicles, to the gloomy sheltered market-room provided for them. Here they surged on this one day of the week, forming a little world of leggings, switches, and sample-bags, men of extensive stomachs, sloping like mountain-sides, men whose heads in walking swayed as the trees in November gales, who in conversing varied their attitudes much, lowering themselves by spreading their knees, and thrusting their hands into the pockets of remote inner jackets. Their faces radiated tropical warmth, for though when at home their countenances varied with the seasons, their market faces all the year round were glowing little fires. All overclothes here were worn as if they were an inconvenience, a hampering necessity. Some men were well dressed, but the majority were careless in that respect, appearing in suits which were historical records of their wearers' deeds, sun-scorchings, and daily struggles for many years past. Yet many carried ruffled cheque-books in their pockets, which regulated at the bank hard by a balance of never less than 4 figures. In fact, what these gibbous human shapes specially represented was ready money, money insistently ready, not ready next year like a nobleman's, often not merely ready at the bank like a professional man's, but ready in their large plump hands. It happened that to-day there rose in the midst of them all 2 or 3 tall apple-trees, standing as if they grew on the spot, till it was perceived that they were held by men from the cider districts, who came here to sell them, bringing the clay of their county on their boots. Elizabeth Jane, who had often observed them, said, "I wonder if the same trees come every week." "What trees?" said Lucetta, absorbed in watching for Henchard. Elizabeth replied vaguely, for an incident checked her. Behind one of the trees stood Farfrae, briskly discussing a sample-bag with a farmer. Henchard had come up, accidentally encountering the young man, whose face seemed to inquire, "Do we speak to each other?" She saw her stepfather throw a shine into his eye which answered "No." Elizabeth Jane sighed. "Are you particularly interested in anybody out there?" said Lucetta. "Oh, no," said her companion, a quick red shooting over her face. Luckily Farfrae's figure was immediately covered by the apple-tree. Lucetta looked hard at her. "Quite sure?" she said. "Oh, yes," said Elizabeth Jane. Again Lucetta looked out. "They are all farmers, I suppose," she said. No, there's Mr. Bulge, he's a wine merchant, there's Benjamin Brownlet, a horse dealer, and Kitson, the pig breeder, and Yopper, the auctioneer, besides maltsters and millers, and so on. Farfrae stood out quite distinctly now, but she did not mention him. The Saturday afternoon slipped on thus desultorily. The market changed from the sample showing hour to the idle hour before starting homewards, when tales were told. Henchard had not called on Lucetta, though he had stood so near. He must have been too busy, she thought. He would come on Sunday or Monday. The days came, but not the visitor, though Lucetta repeated her dressing with scrupulous care. She got disheartened. It may at once be declared that Lucetta no longer bore towards Henchard all that warm allegiance which had characterized her in their first acquaintance. The then unfortunate issue of things had chilled pure love considerably. But there remained a conscientious wish to bring about her union with him now that there was nothing to hinder it, to right her position, which in itself was a happiness to sigh for. With strong social reasons on her side why their marriage should take place, there had ceased to be any worldly reason on his why it should be postponed, since she had succeeded to fortune. Tuesday was the great Candlemas fair. At breakfast she said to Elizabeth Jane, quite coolly, "I imagine your father may call to see you to-day. I suppose he stands close by in the market-place with the rest of the corn-dealers?" She shook her head. "He won't come." "Why?" "He has taken against me," she said in a husky voice. "You have quarrelled more deeply than I know of." Elizabeth, wishing to shield the man she believed to be her father from any charge of unnatural dislike, said, "Yes." "Then where you are is of all places the one he will avoid?" Elizabeth nodded sadly. Lucetta looked blank, twitched up her lovely eyebrows and lip, and burst into hysterical sobs. Here was a disaster, her ingenious scheme completely stultified. "Oh, my dear Miss Templeman, what's the matter?" cried her companion. "I like your company much," said Lucetta, as soon as she could speak. "Yes, yes, and so do I yours," Elizabeth chimed in soothingly. But she could not finish the sentence, which was, naturally, that if Henchard had such a rooted dislike for the girl as now seemed to be the case, Elizabeth Jane would have to be got rid of, a disagreeable necessity. A provisional resource suggested itself. "Miss Henchard, will you go on an errand for me as soon as breakfast is over? Ah, that's very good of you. Will you go and order—" Here she enumerated several commissions at sundry shops, which would occupy Elizabeth's time for the next hour or two at least. "And have you ever seen the museum?" Elizabeth Jane had not. "Then you should do so at once. You can finish the morning by going there. It is an old house in a back street, I forget where, but you'll find out. And there are crowds of interesting things, skeletons, teeth, old pots and pans, ancient boots and shoes, birds' eggs, all charmingly instructive. You'll be sure to stay till you get quite hungry." Elizabeth hastily put on her things and departed. "I wonder why she wants to get rid of me to-day," she said sorrowfully as she went. That her absence, rather than her services or instruction, was in request, had been readily apparent to Elizabeth Jane, simple as she seemed, and difficult as it was to attribute a motive for the desire. She had not been gone 10 minutes when one of Lucetta's servants was sent to Henchard's with a note. The contents were, briefly, "Dear Michael, you will be standing in view of my house to-day for 2 or 3 hours in the course of your business, so do please call and see me. I am sadly disappointed that you have not come before, for can I help anxiety about my own equivocal relation to you? Especially now my aunt's fortune has brought me more prominently before society? Your daughter's presence here may be the cause of your neglect, and I have therefore sent her away for the morning. Say you come on business. I shall be quite alone. Lucetta." When the messenger returned, her mistress gave directions that if a gentleman called he was to be admitted at once, and sat down to await results. Sentimentally, she did not much care to see him. His delays had wearied her, but it was necessary. And with a sigh she arranged herself picturesquely in the chair, first this way, then that, next so that the light fell over her head. Next she flung herself on the couch in the sima recta curve which so became her, and with her arm over her brow looked towards the door. This, she decided, was the best position after all, and thus she remained till a man's step was heard on the stairs, whereupon Lucetta, forgetting her curve, for nature was too strong for art as yet, jumped up and ran and hid herself behind one of the window curtains in a freak of timidity. In spite of the waning of passion, the situation was an agitating one. She had not seen Henchard since his supposed temporary parting from her in Jersey. She could hear the servant showing the visitor into the room, shutting the door upon him, and leaving as if to go and look for her mistress. Lucetta flung back the curtain with a nervous greeting. The man before her was not Henchard. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 23. A conjecture that her visitor might be some other person had indeed flashed through Lucetta's mind when she was on the point of bursting out, but it was just too late to recede. He was years younger than the Mayor of Casterbridge. Fair, fresh, and slenderly handsome, he wore genteel cloth leggings with white buttons, polished boots with infinite lace holes, light cord breeches under a black velveteen coat and waistcoat, and he had a silver-topped switch in his hand. Lucetta blushed, and said with a curious mixture of pout and laugh on her face, "Oh, I've made a mistake." The visitor, on the contrary, did not laugh half a wrinkle. "But I'm very sorry," he said, in deprecating tones. "I came and I inquired for Miss Henchard, and they showed me up here, and in no case would I have caught ye so unmannerly if I had known." "I was the unmannerly one," she said. "But is it that I have come to the wrong house, madam?" said Mr. Farfrae, blinking a little in his bewilderment, and nervously tapping his legging with his switch. "Oh, no, sir, sit down. You must come and sit down now you are here," replied Lucetta kindly, to relieve his embarrassment. "Miss Henchard will be here directly." Now this was not strictly true, but that something about the young man, that Hyperborean crispness, stringency, and charm, as of a well-braced musical instrument, which had awakened the interest of Henchard, and of Elizabeth Jane, and of the Three Mariners' jovial crew, at sight, made his unexpected presence here attractive to Lucetta. He hesitated, looked at the chair, thought there was no danger in it, though there was, and sat down. Farfrae's sudden entry was simply the result of Henchard's permission to him to see Elizabeth if he were minded to woo her. At first he had taken no notice of Henchard's brusque letter, but an exceptionally fortunate business transaction put him on good terms with everybody, and revealed to him that he could undeniably marry if he chose. Then who so pleasing, thrifty, and satisfactory in every way as Elizabeth Jane? Apart from her personal recommendations, a reconciliation with his former friend Henchard would, in the natural course of things, flow from such a union. He therefore forgave the mayor his curtness, and this morning on his way to the fair he had called at her house, where he learnt that she was staying at Miss Templeman's. A little stimulated at not finding her ready and waiting, so fanciful are men, he hastened on to High Place Hall to encounter no Elizabeth, but its mistress herself. "The fair to-day seems a large one," she said, when by natural deviation their eyes sought the busy scene without. "Your numerous fairs and markets keep me interested. How many things I think of while I watch from here." He seemed in doubt how to answer, and the babble without reached them as they sat, voices as of wavelets on a looping sea, one ever and anon rising above the rest. "Do you look out often?" he asked. "Yes, very often." "Do you look for any one you know?" Why should she have answered as she did? "I look as at a picture merely, but," she went on, turning pleasantly to him, "I may do so now. I may look for you. You are always there, are you not? Ah, I don't mean it seriously, but it is amusing to look for somebody one knows in a crowd, even if one does not want him. It takes off the terrible oppressiveness of being surrounded by a throng, and having no point of junction with it through a single individual." "Ay, maybe you'll be very lonely, ma'am." "Nobody knows how lonely." "But you are rich, they say." "If so, I don't know how to enjoy my riches. I came to Casterbridge thinking I should like to live here, but I wonder if I shall." "Where did ye come from, ma'am?" "The neighbourhood of Bath." "And I from near Edinburgh," he murmured. "It's better to stay at home, and that's true. But a man must live where his money is made. It is a great pity, but it's always so. Yet I've done very well this year. Oh, yes," he went on with ingenuous enthusiasm. "You see that man with the drab kerseymere coat? I bought largely of him in the autumn when wheat was down, and then afterwards, when it rose a little, I sold off all I had. It brought only a small profit to me, while the farmers kept theirs, expecting higher figures. Yes, though the rats were gnawing the ricks hollow. Just when I sold, the markets went lower, and I bought up the corn of those who had been holding back at less price than my first purchases. And then," cried Farfrae impetuously, his face alight, "I sold it a few weeks after, when it happened to go up again. And so, by contenting myself with small profits frequently repeated, I soon made £500. Yes," bringing down his hand upon the table, and quite forgetting where he was, "while the others, by keeping theirs in hand, made nothing at all." Lucetta regarded him with a critical interest. He was quite a new type of person to her. At last his eye fell upon the ladies, and their glances met. "Ay, now, I'm wearying you," he exclaimed. She said, "No, indeed," colouring a shade. "What then?" "Quite otherwise. You are most interesting." It was now Farfrae who showed the modest pink. "I mean all you Scotchmen," she added in hasty correction. "So free from southern extremes. We common people are all one way or the other, warm or cold, passionate or frigid. You have both temperatures going on in you at the same time." "But how do you mean that? You were best to explain clearly, ma'am." "You are animated, then you are thinking of getting on. You are sad the next moment, then you are thinking of Scotland and friends." "Yes, I think of home sometimes," he said simply. "So do I, as far as I can. But it was an old house where I was born, and they pulled it down for improvements, so I seem hardly to have any home to think of now." Lucetta did not add, as she might have done, that the house was in St. Helier and not in Bath. "But the mountains and the mists and the rocks, they are there, and don't they seem like home?" She shook her head. "They do to me, they do to me," he murmured, and his mind could be seen flying away northwards. Whether its origin were national or personal, it was quite true what Lucetta had said, that the curious double strands in Farfrae's thread of life, the commercial and the romantic, were very distinct at times. Like the colours in a variegated cord, those contrasts could be seen intertwisted, yet not mingling. "You are wishing you were back again," she said. "Ah, no, ma'am," said Farfrae, suddenly recalling himself. The fair without the windows was now raging thick and loud. It was the chief hiring fair of the year, and differed quite from the market of a few days earlier. In substance it was a whitey-brown crowd flecked with white, this being the body of labourers waiting for places. The long bonnets of the women, like waggon tilts, their cotton gowns and checked shawls, mixed with the carters' smock frocks, for they too entered into the hiring. Among the rest, at the corner of the pavement, stood an old shepherd who attracted the eyes of Lucetta and Farfrae by his stillness. He was evidently a chastened man. The battle of life had been a sharp one with him, for, to begin with, he was a man of small frame. He was now so bowed by hard work and years, that, approaching from behind, a person could hardly see his head. He had planted the stem of his crook in the gutter, and was resting upon the bow, which was polished to silver brightness by the long friction of his hands. He had quite forgotten where he was, and what he had come for, his eyes being bent on the ground. A little way off negotiations were proceeding which had reference to him, but he did not hear them, and there seemed to be passing through his mind pleasant visions of the hiring successes of his prime, when his skill laid open to him any farm for the asking. The negotiations were between a farmer from a distant county and the old man's son. In these there was a difficulty. The farmer would not take the crust without the crumb of the bargain, in other words, the old man without the younger, and the son had a sweetheart on his present farm who stood by waiting the issue with pale lips. "I'm sorry to leave ye, Nelly," said the young man with emotion, "but you see I can't starve father, and he's out o' work at Lady day. 'Tis only 35 mile." The girl's lips quivered. 35 mile, she murmured. "Ah, 'tis enough. I shall never see ye again." It was indeed a hopeless length of traction for Dan Cupid's magnet, for young men were young men at Casterbridge as elsewhere. "Oh, no, no, I never shall," she insisted when he pressed her hand, and she turned her face to Lucetta's wall to hide her weeping. The farmer said he would give the young man half an hour for his answer, and went away, leaving the group sorrowing. Lucetta's eyes, full of tears, met Farfrae's. His, too, to her surprise, were moist at the scene. "It is very hard," she said, with strong feelings. "Lovers ought not to be parted like that. Oh, if I had my wish, I'd let people live and love at their pleasure." "Maybe I can manage that they'll not be parted," said Farfrae. "I want a young carter, and perhaps I'll take the old man too. Yes, he'll not be very expensive, and doubtless he will answer my purpose somehow." "Oh, you are so good!" she cried, delighted. "Go and tell them, and let me know if you have succeeded." Farfrae went out, and she saw him speak to the group. The eyes of all brightened. The bargain was soon struck. Farfrae returned to her immediately it was concluded. "It is kind-hearted of you indeed," said Lucetta. "For my part, I have resolved that all my servants shall have lovers if they want them. Do make the same resolve." Farfrae looked more serious, waving his head a half turn. "I must be a little stricter than that," he said. "Why?" "You are a thriving woman, and I am a struggling hay and corn merchant." "I am a very ambitious woman." "Ah, well, I cannot explain. I don't know how to talk to ladies, ambitious or no, and that's true," said Donald with grave regret. "I try to be civil to all folk, no more." "I see you are as you say," replied she, sensibly getting the upper hand in these exchanges of sentiment. Under this revelation of insight Farfrae again looked out of the window into the thick of the fair. Two farmers met and shook hands, and being quite near the window their remarks could be heard, as others had been. "Have you seen young Mr. Farfrae this morning?" asked one. "He promised to meet me here at the stroke of 12, but I've gone athwart and about the fair half a dozen times, and never a sign of him, though he's mostly a man to his word." "I quite forgot the engagement," murmured Farfrae. "Now you must go," said she. "Must you not?" "Yes," he replied, but he still remained. "You had better go," she urged. "You will lose a customer." "Now, Miss Templeman, you will make me angry," exclaimed Farfrae. "Then suppose you don't go, but stay a little longer." He looked anxiously at the farmer who was seeking him, and who just then ominously walked across to where Henchard was standing, and he looked into the room and at her. "I like staying, but I fear I must go," he said. business ought not to be neglected, ought it? Not for a single minute. It's true. I'll come another time, if I may, ma'am. Certainly, she said. What has happened to us to-day is very curious. Something to think over when we are alone, it's like to be. Oh, I don't know that. It is commonplace, after all. No, I'll not say that. Oh, no. Well, whatever it has been, it is now over, and the market calls you to be gone. Yes, yes, market, business. I wish there were no business in the world. Lucetta almost laughed. She would quite have laughed, but that there was a little emotion going on in her at the time. "How you change," she said. "You should not change like this." "I have never wished such things before," said the Scotchman, with a simple, shamed, apologetic look for his weakness. "It is only since coming here and seeing you." "If that's the case, you had better not look at me any longer. Dear me, I feel I have quite demoralized you." "But look or look not, I will see you in my thoughts. Well, I'll go. Thank you for the pleasure of this visit." "Thank you for staying." "Maybe I'll get into my market mine when I've been out a few minutes," he murmured. "But I don't know. I don't know." As he went, she said eagerly, "You may hear them speak of me in Casterbridge as time goes on. If they tell you I'm a coquette, which some may, because of the incidents of my life, don't believe it, for I am not." "I swear I will not," he said fervidly. Thus the two. She had enkindled the young man's enthusiasm till he was quite brimming with sentiment, while he, from merely affording her a new form of idleness, had gone on to wake her serious solicitude. Why was this? They could not have told. Lucetta, as a young girl, would hardly have looked at a tradesman, but her ups and downs, capped by her indiscretions with Henchard, had made her uncritical as to station. In her poverty she had met with repulse from the society to which she had belonged, and she had no great zest for renewing an attempt upon it now. Her heart longed for some ark into which it could fly and be at rest. Rough or smooth she did not care, so long as it was warm. Farfrae was shown out, it having entirely escaped him that he had called to see Elizabeth. Lucetta at the window watched him threading the maze of farmers and farmers' men. She could see by his gait that he was conscious of her eyes, and her heart went out to him for his modesty, pleaded with her sense of his unfitness that he might be allowed to come again. He entered the market-house, and she could see him no more. 3 minutes later, when she had left the window, knocks, not of multitude, but of strength, sounded through the house, and the waiting-maid tripped up. "The mayor," she said. Lucetta had reclined herself, and she was looking dreamily through her fingers. She did not answer at once, and the maid repeated the information, with the addition, "And he's afraid he hasn't much time to spare, he says." "Oh, then tell him that as I have a headache I won't detain him to-day." The message was taken down, and she heard the door close. Lucetta had come to Casterbridge to quicken Henchard's feelings with regard to her. She had quickened them, and now she was indifferent to the achievement. Her morning view of Elizabeth Jane as a disturbing element changed, and she no longer felt strongly the necessity of getting rid of the girl for her stepfather's sake. When the young girl came in, sweetly unconscious of the turn in the tide, Lucetta went up to her and said, quite sincerely, "I'm so glad you've come. You'll live with me a long time, won't you?" Elizabeth as a watch-dog to keep her father off. What a new idea! Yet it was not unpleasing. Henchard had neglected her all these days, after compromising her indescribably in the past. The least he could have done when he found himself free, and herself affluent, would have been to respond heartily and promptly to her invitation. Her emotions rose, fell, undulated, filled her with wild surmise at their suddenness. And so passed Lucetta's experiences of that day. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 24. Poor Elizabeth Jane, little thinking what her malignant star had done to blast the budding attentions she had won from Donald Farfrae, was glad to hear Lucetta's words about remaining. For in addition to Lucetta's house being a home, that raking view of the market-place which it afforded had as much attraction for her as for Lucetta. The Carrefour was like the regulation open place in spectacular dramas, where the incidents that occur always happen to bear on the lives of the adjoining residents. Farmers, merchants, dairymen, quacks, hawkers, appeared there from week to week, and disappeared as the afternoon wasted away. It was the node of all orbits. From Saturday to Saturday was as from day to day with the two young women now. In an emotional sense, they did not live at all during the intervals. Wherever they might go wandering on other days, on market day they were sure to be at home. Both stole sly glances out of the window at Farfrae's shoulders and poll. His face they seldom saw, for either through shyness or not to disturb his mercantile mood, he avoided looking towards their quarters. Thus things went on, till a certain market morning brought a new sensation. Elizabeth and Lucetta were sitting at breakfast when a parcel containing 2 dresses arrived for the latter from London. She called Elizabeth from her breakfast, and entering her friend's bedroom, Elizabeth saw the gowns spread out on the bed, one of a deep cherry colour, the other lighter, a glove lying at the end of each sleeve, a bonnet at the top of each neck, and parasols across the gloves, Lucetta standing beside the suggested human figure in an attitude of contemplation. "I wouldn't think so hard about it," said Elizabeth, marking the intensity with which Lucetta was alternating the question whether this or that would suit best. "But settling upon new clothes is so trying," said Lucetta. "You are that person," pointing to one of the arrangements, "or you are that totally different person," pointing to the other, "for the whole of the coming spring, and one of the two, you don't know which, may turn out to be very objectionable." It was finally decided by Miss Templeman that she would be the cherry-coloured person at all hazards. The dress was pronounced to be a fit, and Lucetta walked with it into the front room, Elizabeth following her. The morning was exceptionally bright for the time of year. The sun fell so flat on the houses and pavement opposite Lucetta's residence that they poured their brightness into her rooms. Suddenly, after a rumbling of wheels, there were added to this steady light a fantastic series of circling irradiations upon the ceiling, and the companions turned to the window. Immediately opposite, a vehicle of strange description had come to a standstill, as if it had been placed there for exhibition. It was the new-fashioned agricultural implement called a horse-drill, till then unknown in its modern shape in this part of the country, where the venerable seed-lip was still used for sowing as in the days of the Heptarchy. Its arrival created about as much sensation in the corn-market as a flying machine would create at Charing Cross. The farmers crowded round it, women drew near it, children crept under and into it. The machine was painted in bright hues of green, yellow, and red, and it resembled as a whole a compound of hornet, grasshopper, and shrimp, magnified enormously. Or it might have been likened to an upright musical instrument with the front gone. That was how it struck Lucetta. "Why, it is a sort of agricultural piano," she said. "It has something to do with corn," said Elizabeth. "I wonder who thought of introducing it here." Donald Farfrae was in the minds of both as the innovator, for though not a farmer, he was closely leagued with farming operations. And as if in response to their thought, he came up at that moment, looked at the machine, walked round it, and handled it as if he knew something about its make. The two watchers had inwardly started at his coming, and Elizabeth left the window, went to the back of the room, and stood as if absorbed in the panelling of the wall. She hardly knew that she had done this till Lucetta, animated by the conjunction of her new attire with the sight of Farfrae, spoke out. "Let us go and look at the instrument, whatever it is." Elizabeth Jane's bonnet and shawl were pitchforked on in a moment, and they went out. Among all the agriculturists gathered round, the only appropriate possessor of the new machine seemed to be Lucetta, because she alone rivalled it in colour. They examined it curiously, observing the rows of trumpet-shaped tubes one within the other, the little scoops, like revolving salt-spoons, which tossed the seed into the upper ends of the tubes that conducted it to the ground, till somebody said, "Good morning, Elizabeth Jane." She looked up, and there was her stepfather. His greeting had been somewhat dry and thunderous, and Elizabeth Jane, embarrassed out of her equanimity, stammered, at random, "This is the lady I live with, father, Miss Templeman." Henchard put his hand to his hat, which he brought down with a great wave till it met his body at the knee. Miss Templeman bowed. "I am happy to become acquainted with you, Mr. Henchard," she said. "This is a curious machine." "Yes," Henchard replied, and he proceeded to explain it, and still more forcibly to ridicule it. "Who brought it here?" said Lucetta. "Oh, don't ask me, ma'am," said Henchard. "The thing, why, 'tis impossible it should act. 'Twas brought here by one of our machinists on the recommendation of a jumped-up jackanapes of a fellow who thinks—" His eye caught Elizabeth Jane's imploring face, and he stopped, probably thinking that the suit might be progressing. He turned to go away. Then something seemed to occur which his stepdaughter fancied must really be a hallucination of hers. A murmur apparently came from Henchard's lips, in which she detected the words, "You refused to see me," reproachfully addressed to Lucetta. She could not believe that they had been uttered by her stepfather, unless, indeed, they might have been spoken to one of the yellow-gaitered farmers near them. Yet Lucetta seemed silent, and then all thought of the incident was dissipated by the humming of a song, which sounded as though from the interior of the machine. Henchard had by this time vanished into the market-house, and both the women glanced towards the corn-drill. They could see behind it the bent back of a man who was pushing his head into the internal works to master their simple secrets. The hummed song went on. "'Twas on a summer afternoon, a wee before the sun went down, when Kitty wi' a braw new gown came o'er the hills to Gowrie." Elizabeth Jane had apprehended the singer in a moment, and looked guilty of she did not know what. Lucetta next recognized him, and, more mistress of herself, said archly, "The lass of Gowrie, from inside of a seed-drill! What a phenomenon!" Satisfied at last with his investigation, the young man stood upright, and met their eyes across the summit. "We are looking at the wonderful new drill," Miss Templeman said. "But practically it is a stupid thing, is it not?" she added, on the strength of Henchard's information. "Stupid? Oh no," said Farfrae gravely. "It will revolutionize sowing hereabout. No more sowers flinging their seed about broadcast, so that some falls by the wayside and some among thorns, and all that. Each grain will go straight to its intended place, and nowhere else whatever." "Then the romance of the sower is gone for good," observed Elizabeth Jane, who felt herself at one with Farfrae in Bible reading at least. "He that observeth the wind shall not sow," so the preacher said. But his words will not be to the point any more. How things change! "Aye, aye, it must be so," Donald admitted, his gaze fixing itself on a blank point far away. "But the machines are already very common in the east and north of England," he added apologetically. Lucetta seemed to be outside this train of sentiment, her acquaintance with the Scriptures being somewhat limited. "Is the machine yours?" she asked of Farfrae. "Oh, no, madam," said he, becoming embarrassed and deferential at the sound of her voice, though with Elizabeth Jane he was quite at his ease. "No, no, I merely recommended that it should be got." In the silence which followed, Farfrae appeared only conscious of her, to have passed from perception of Elizabeth into a brighter sphere of existence than she appertained to. Lucetta, discerning that he was much mixed that day, partly in his mercantile mood and partly in his romantic one, said gaily to him, "Well, don't forsake the machine for us," and went indoors with her companion. The latter felt that she had been in the way, though why was unaccountable to her. Lucetta explained the matter somewhat by saying, when they were again in the sitting-room, "I had occasion to speak to Mr. Farfrae the other day, and so I knew him this morning." Lucetta was very kind towards Elizabeth that day. Together they saw the market thicken, and in course of time thin away with the slow decline of the sun towards the upper end of town, its rays taking the street endways and enfilading the long thoroughfare from top to bottom. The gigs and vans disappeared one by one till there was not a vehicle in the street. The time of the riding world was over. The pedestrian world held sway. Field labourers and their wives and children trooped in from the villages for their weekly shopping, and instead of a rattle of wheels and a tramp of horses ruling the sound as earlier, there was nothing but the shuffle of many feet. All the implements were gone, all the farmers, all the moneyed class. The character of the town's trading had changed from bulk to multiplicity, and pence were handled now as pounds had been handled earlier in the day. Lucetta and Elizabeth looked out upon this, for though it was night and the street lamps were lighted, they had kept their shutters unclosed. In the faint blink of the fire they spoke more freely. "Your father was distant with you," said Lucetta. "Yes." And having forgotten the momentary mystery of Henchard's seeming speech to Lucetta, she continued, "It is because he does not think I am respectable. I have tried to be so, more than you can imagine, but in vain. My mother's separation from my father was unfortunate for me. You don't know what it is to have shadows like that upon your life." Lucetta seemed to wince. "I do not of that kind precisely," she said, "but you may feel a sense of disgrace, shame, in other ways." "Have you ever had any such feeling?" said the younger innocently. "Oh, no," said Lucetta quickly. "I was thinking of what happens sometimes when women get themselves in strange positions in the eyes of the world from no fault of their own." "It must make them very unhappy afterwards." "It makes them anxious, for might not other women despise them?" "Not altogether despise them, yet not quite like or respect them." Lucetta winced again. Her past was by no means secure from investigation, even in Casterbridge. For one thing, Henchard had never returned to her the cloud of letters she had written and sent him in her first excitement. Possibly they were destroyed, but she could have wished that they had never been written. The rencounter with Farfrae and his bearings towards Lucetta had made the reflective Elizabeth more observant of her brilliant and amiable companion. A few days afterwards, when her eyes met Lucetta's as the latter was going out, she somehow knew that Miss Templeman was nourishing a hope of seeing the attractive Scotchman. The fact was printed large all over Lucetta's cheeks and eyes, to anyone who could read her as Elizabeth Jane was beginning to do. Lucetta passed on and closed the street door. A seer's spirit took possession of Elizabeth, impelling her to sit down by the fire and divine events so surely from data already her own that they could be held as witnessed. She followed Lucetta thus, mentally, saw her encounter Donald somewhere as if by chance, saw him wear his special look when meeting women, with an added intensity because this one was Lucetta. She depicted his impassioned manner, beheld the indecision of both between their loathness to separate and their desire not to be observed. depicted their shaking of hands, how they probably parted with frigidity in their general contour and movements, only in the smaller features showing the spark of passion, thus invisible to all but themselves. This discerning, silent witch had not done thinking of these things when Lucetta came noiselessly behind her and made her start. It was all true, as she had pictured. She could have sworn it. Lucetta had a heightened luminousness in her eye over and above the advanced colour of her cheeks. "You've seen Mr. Farfrae," said Elizabeth demurely. "Yes," said Lucetta. "How did you know?" She knelt down on the hearth and took her friend's hands excitedly in her own. But after all she did not say when or how she had seen him or what he had said. That night she became restless. In the morning she was feverish, and at breakfast time she told her companion that she had something on her mind, something which concerned a person in whom she was interested much. Elizabeth was earnest to listen and sympathize. This person, a lady, once admired a man much, very much, she said tentatively. "Ah," said Elizabeth Jane. They were intimate, rather. He did not think so deeply of her as she did of him. But in an impulsive moment, purely out of reparation, he proposed to make her his wife. She agreed, but there was an unexpected hitch in the proceedings. Though she had been so far compromised with him that she felt she could never belong to another man, as a pure matter of conscience, even if she should wish to. After that they were much apart, heard nothing of each other for a long time, and she felt her life quite closed up for her. "Ah, poor girl!" "She suffered much on account of him, though I should add that he could not altogether be blamed for what had happened. At last the obstacle which separated them was providentially removed, and he came to marry her." "How delightful! But in the interval she, my poor friend, had seen a man she liked better than him. Now comes the point. Could she in honour dismiss the first?" "A new man she liked better? That's bad." "Yes," said Lucetta, looking pained at a boy who was swinging the town pump-handle. "It is bad, though you must remember that she was forced into an equivocal position with the first man by an accident, that he was not so well educated or refined as the second, and that she had discovered some qualities in the first that rendered him less desirable as a husband than she had at first thought him to be." "I cannot answer," said Elizabeth Jane thoughtfully. "It is so difficult. It wants a pope to settle that." "You prefer not to, perhaps." Lucetta showed in her appealing tone how much she leant on Elizabeth's judgment. "Yes, Miss Templeman," admitted Elizabeth, "I would rather not say." Nevertheless, Lucetta seemed relieved by the simple fact of having opened out the situation a little, and was slowly convalescent of her headache. "Bring me a looking-glass. How do I appear to people?" she said languidly. "Well, a little worn," answered Elizabeth, eyeing her as a critic eyes a doubtful painting. Fetching the glass, she enabled Lucetta to survey herself in it, which Lucetta anxiously did. "I wonder if I wear well, as times go," she observed after a while. "Yes, fairly." "Where am I worst?" "Under your eyes. I notice a little brownness there." "Yes, that is my worst place, I know. How many years more do you think I shall last before I get hopelessly plain?" There was something curious in the way in which Elizabeth, though the younger, had come to play the part of experienced sage in these discussions. "It may be 5 years," she said judicially, "or, with a quiet life, as many as 10. With no love you might calculate on 10." Lucetta seemed to reflect on this as on an unalterable, impartial verdict. She told Elizabeth Jane no more of the past attachments she had roughly adumbrated as the experiences of a third person, and Elizabeth, who, in spite of her philosophy, was very tender-hearted, sighed that night in bed at the thought that her pretty, rich Lucetta did not treat her to the full confidence of names and dates in her confessions. For by the she of Lucetta's story, Elizabeth had not been beguiled. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 25. The next phase of the supersession of Henchard in Lucetta's heart was an experiment in calling on her performed by Farfrae with some apparent trepidation. Conventionally speaking, he conversed with both Miss Templeman and her companion, but in fact it was rather that Elizabeth sat invisible in the room. Donald appeared not to see her at all, and answered her wise little remarks with curtly indifferent monosyllables, his looks and faculties hanging on the woman who could boast of a more protean variety in her phases, moods, opinions, and also principles, than could Elizabeth. Lucetta had persisted in dragging her into the circle, but she had remained like an awkward third point which that circle would not touch. Susan Henchard's daughter bore up against the frosty ache of the treatment, as she had borne up under worse things, and contrived as soon as possible to get out of the inharmonious room without being missed. The Scotchman seemed hardly the same Farfrae who had danced with her and walked with her in a delicate poise between love and friendship, that period in the history of a love when alone it can be said to be unalloyed with pain. She stoically looked from her bedroom window and contemplated her fate as if it were written on the top of the church tower hard by. "Yes," she said at last, bringing her palm down upon the sill with a pat, "he is the second man of that story she told me." All this time Henchard's smouldering sentiments towards Lucetta had been fanned into higher and higher inflammation by the circumstances of the case. He was discovering that the young woman for whom he once felt a pitying warmth which had been almost chilled out of him by reflection, was, when now qualified with a slight inaccessibility and a more matured beauty, the very being to make him satisfied with life. Day after day proved to him, by her silence, that it was no use to think of bringing her round by holding aloof, so he gave in and called upon her again, Elizabeth Jane being absent. He crossed the room to her with a heavy tread of some awkwardness, his strong, warm gaze upon her, like the sun beside the moon in comparison with Farfrae's modest look, and with something of a hail-fellow bearing, as indeed was not unnatural. But she seemed so transubstantiated by her change of position, and held out her hand to him in such cool friendship, that he became deferential, and sat down with a perceptible loss of power. He understood but little of fashion in dress, yet enough to feel himself inadequate in appearance beside her whom he had hitherto been dreaming of as almost his property. She said something very polite about his being good enough to call. This caused him to recover balance. He looked her oddly in the face, losing his awe. "Why, of course I have called, Lucetta," he said. "What does that nonsense mean? You know I couldn't have helped myself if I had wished, that is, if I had any kindness at all. I've called to say that I am ready, as soon as custom will permit, to give you my name in return for your devotion and what you lost by it in thinking too little of yourself and too much of me. To say that you can fix the day or month, with my full consent, whenever in your opinion it would be seemly. You know more of these things than I." "It is full early yet," she said evasively. "Yes, yes, I suppose it is. But you know, Lucetta, I felt directly my poor ill-used Susan died, and when I could not bear the idea of marrying again, that after what had happened between us it was my duty not to let any unnecessary delay occur before putting things to rights. Still, I wouldn't call in a hurry, because, well, you can guess how this money you've come into made me feel." His voice slowly fell. He was conscious that in this room his accents and manner bore a roughness not observable in the street. He looked about the room at the novel hangings and ingenious furniture with which she had surrounded herself. "Upon my life, I didn't know such furniture as this could be bought in Casterbridge," he said. "Nor can it be," said she, "nor will it till 50 years more of civilization have passed over the town. It took a wagon and 4 horses to get it here." It looks as if you were living on capital." "Oh no, I am not." "So much the better. But the fact is, your setting up like this makes my beaming towards you rather awkward." "Why?" An answer was not really needed, and he did not furnish one. "Well," he went on, "there's nobody in the world I would have wished to see enter into this wealth before you, Lucetta, and nobody, I am sure, who will become it more." He turned to her with congratulatory admiration so fervid that she shrank somewhat, notwithstanding that she knew him so well. "I am greatly obliged to you for all that," said she, rather with an air of speaking ritual. The stint of reciprocal feeling was perceived, and Henchard showed chagrin at once. Nobody was more quick to show that than he. "You may be obliged or not for it, though the things I say may not have the polish of what you've lately learnt to expect for the first time in your life. They are real, my Lady Lucetta." "That's rather a rude way of speaking to me," pouted Lucetta, with stormy eyes. "Not at all," replied Henchard hotly. "But there, there, I don't wish to quarrel with ye. I come with an honest proposal for silencing your Jersey enemies, and you ought to be thankful." "How can you speak so?" she answered, firing quickly. "Knowing that my only crime was the indulging in a foolish girl's passion for you with too little regard for correctness, and that I was what I call innocent all the time they called me guilty, you ought not to be so cutting. I suffered enough at that worrying time when you wrote to tell me of your wife's return and my consequent dismissal, and if I am a little independent now, surely the privilege is due to me." "Yes, it is," he said, "but it is not by what is in this life, but by what appears, that you are judged, and I therefore think you ought to accept me, for your own good name's sake. What is known in your native Jersey may get known here." "How you keep on about Jersey! I am English." "Yes, yes. Well, what do you say to my proposal?" For the first time in their acquaintance, Lucetta had the move, and yet she was backward. "For the present let things be," she said with some embarrassment. "Treat me as an acquaintance, and I'll treat you as one. Time will—" She stopped, and he said nothing to fill the gap for a while, there being no pressure of half acquaintance to drive them into speech if they were not minded for it. "That's the way the wind blows, is it?" he said at last, grimly, nodding an affirmative to his own thoughts. A yellow flood of reflected sunlight filled the room for a few instants. It was produced by the passing of a load of newly trussed hay from the country, in a wagon marked with Farfrae's name. Beside it rode Farfrae himself on horseback. Lucetta's face became, as a woman's face becomes when the man she loves rises upon her gaze like an apparition. A turn of the eye by Henchard, a glance from the window, and the secret of her inaccessibility would have been revealed. But Henchard, in estimating her tone, was looking down so plumb straight that he did not note the warm consciousness upon Lucetta's face. "I shouldn't have thought it. I shouldn't have thought it of women," he said emphatically by and by, rising and shaking himself into activity, while Lucetta was so anxious to divert him from any suspicion of the truth that she asked him to be in no hurry. Bringing him some apples, she insisted upon paring one for him. He would not take it. "No, no, such is not for me," he said dryly, and moved to the door. At going out he turned his eye upon her. "You came to live in Casterbridge entirely on my account," he said. "Yet now you are here, you won't have anything to say to my offer." He had hardly gone down the staircase when she dropped upon the sofa and jumped up again in a fit of desperation. "I will love him!" she cried passionately. As for him, he's hot-tempered and stern, and it would be madness to bind myself to him knowing that. I won't be a slave to the past. I'll love where I choose." Yet, having decided to break away from Henchard, one might have supposed her capable of aiming higher than Farfrae. But Lucetta reasoned nothing. She feared hard words from the people with whom she had been earlier associated. She had no relatives left, and with native lightness of heart took kindly to what fate offered. Elizabeth Jane, surveying the position of Lucetta between her two lovers, from the crystalline sphere of a straightforward mind, did not fail to perceive that her father, as she called him, and Donald Farfrae became more desperately enamoured of her friend every day. On Farfrae's side it was the unforced passion of youth; on Henchard's the artificially stimulated coveting of maturer age. The pain she experienced from the almost absolute obliviousness to her existence that was shown by the pair of them became at times half dissipated by her sense of its humorousness. When Lucetta had pricked her finger, they were as deeply concerned as if she were dying. When she herself had been seriously sick or in danger, they uttered a conventional word of sympathy at the news and forgot all about it immediately. But as regarded Henchard, this perception of hers also caused her some filial grief. She could not help asking what she had done to be neglected so, after the professions of solicitude he had made. As regarded Farfrae, she thought, after honest reflection, that it was quite natural. What was she beside Lucetta, as one of the meaner beauties of the night when the moon had risen in the skies? She had learnt the lesson of renunciation, and was as familiar with the wreck of each day's wishes as with the diurnal setting of the sun. If her earthly career had taught her few book philosophies, it had at least well practised her in this. Yet her experience had consisted less in a series of pure disappointments than in a series of substitutions. Continually it had happened that what she had desired had not been granted her, and that what had been granted her she had not desired. So she viewed with an approach to equanimity the now cancelled days, when Donald had been her undeclared lover, and wondered what unwished-for thing heaven might send her in place of him. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 26. It chanced that on a fine spring morning Henchard and Farfrae met in the chestnut walk which ran along the south wall of the town. Each had just come out from his early breakfast, and there was not another soul near. Henchard was reading a letter from Lucetta, sent in answer to a note from him, in which she made some excuse for not immediately granting him a second interview that he had desired. Donald had no wish to enter into conversation with his former friend on their present constrained terms, neither would he pass him in scowling silence. He nodded, and Henchard did the same. They receded from each other several paces, when a voice cried, "Farfrae." It was Henchard's, who stood regarding him. "Do you remember," said Henchard, as if it were the presence of the thought, and not of the man, which made him speak, "do you remember my story of that second woman who suffered for her thoughtless intimacy with me?" "I do," said Farfrae. "Do you remember my telling ye how it all began and how it ended?" "Yes." "Well, I have offered to marry her now that I can, but she won't marry me. Now what would you think of her? I put it to you." "Well, ye owe her nothing more now," said Farfrae heartily. "It is true," said Henchard, and went on. That he had looked up from a letter to ask his questions completely shut out from Farfrae's mind all vision of Lucetta as the culprit. Indeed, her present position was so different from that of the young woman of Henchard's story as of itself to be sufficient to blind him absolutely to her identity. As for Henchard, he was reassured by Farfrae's words and manner against a suspicion which had crossed his mind. They were not those of a conscious rival. Yet that there was rivalry by some one he was firmly persuaded. He could feel it in the air around Lucetta, see it in the turn of her pen. There was an antagonistic force in exercise, so that when he had tried to hang near her, he seemed standing in a refluent current. That it was not innate caprice he was more and more certain. Her windows gleamed as if they did not want him. Her curtains seemed to hang slyly, as if they screened an ousting presence. To discover whose presence that was, whether really Farfrae's after all, or another's, he exerted himself to the utmost to see her again, and at length succeeded. At the interview when she offered him tea, he made it a point to launch a cautious inquiry if she knew Mr. Farfrae. Oh yes, she knew him, she declared. She could not help knowing almost everybody in Casterbridge, living in such a gazebo over the centre and arena of the town. "Pleasant young fellow," said Henchard. "Yes," said Lucetta. "We both know him," said kind Elizabeth Jane, to relieve her companion's divined embarrassment. There was a knock at the door. Literally 3 full knocks, and a little one at the end. "That kind of knock means half and half, somebody between gentle and simple," said the corn merchant to himself. "I shouldn't wonder, therefore, if it is he." In a few seconds, surely enough, Donald walked in. Lucetta was full of little fidgets and flutters which increased Henchard's suspicions without affording any special proof of their correctness. He was well nigh ferocious at the sense of the queer situation in which he stood towards this woman. One who had reproached him for deserting her when calumniated, who had urged claims upon his consideration on that account, who had lived waiting for him, who at the first decent opportunity had come to ask him to rectify, by making her his, the false position into which she had placed herself for his sake, such she had been. And now he sat at her tea-table, eager to gain her attention, and in his amatory rage feeling the other man present to be a villain, just as any young fool of a lover might feel. They sat stiffly side by side at the darkening table, like some Tuscan painting of the 2 disciples supping at Emmaus. Lucetta, forming the third and haloed figure, was opposite them. Elizabeth Jane, being out of the game and out of the group, could observe all from afar, like the evangelist who had to write it down. That there were long spaces of taciturnity, when all exterior circumstances were subdued to the touch of spoons and china, the click of a heel on the pavement under the window, the passing of a wheelbarrow or cart, the whistling of the carter, the gush of water into householders' buckets at the town pump opposite, the exchange of greetings among their neighbours, and the rattle of the yokes by which they carried off their evening supply. "More bread and butter?" said Lucetta to Henchard and Farfrae equally, holding out between them a plateful of long slices. Henchard took a slice by one end, and Donald by the other, each feeling certain he was the man meant. Neither let go, and the slice came in 2. "Oh, I am so sorry!" cried Lucetta with a nervous titter. Farfrae tried to laugh, but he was too much in love to see the incident in any but a tragic light. "How ridiculous of all 3 of them!" said Elizabeth to herself. Henchard left the house with a ton of conjecture, though without a grain of proof, that the counter-attraction was Farfrae, and therefore he would not make up his mind. Yet to Elizabeth Jane it was plain as the town pump that Donald and Lucetta were incipient lovers. More than once, in spite of her care, Lucetta had been unable to restrain her glance from flitting across into Farfrae's eyes, like a bird to its nest. But Henchard was constructed upon too large a scale to discern such minutiae as these by an evening light, which to him were as the notes of an insect that lie above the compass of the human ear. But he was disturbed, and the sense of occult rivalry in suitorship was so much superadded to the palpable rivalry of their business lives. To the coarse materiality of that rivalry it added an inflaming soul. The thus vitalized antagonism took the form of action by Henchard sending for Jopp, the manager originally displaced by Farfrae's arrival. Henchard had frequently met this man about the streets, observed that his clothing spoke of neediness, heard that he lived in Mixen Lane, a back slum of the town, the pis-aller of Casterbridge domiciliation, itself almost a proof that a man had reached a stage when he would not stick at trifles. Jopp came after dark by the gates of the storeyard, and felt his way through the hay and straw to the office where Henchard sat in solitude awaiting him. "I am again out of a foreman," said the corn factor. "Are you in a place?" "Not so much as a beggar's, sir." "How much do you ask?" Jopp named his price, which was very moderate. "When can you come?" "At this hour and moment, sir," said Jopp, who, standing hands pocketed at the street corner till the sun had faded the shoulders of his coat to scarecrow green, had regularly watched Henchard in the market-place, measured him, and learned him, by virtue of the power which the still man has, in his stillness, of knowing the busy one better than he knows himself. Jopp, too, had had a convenient experience. He was the only one in Casterbridge, besides Henchard and the close-lipped Elizabeth, who knew that Lucetta came truly from Jersey, and but proximately from Bath. "I know Jersey too, sir," he said. "Was living there when you used to do business that way. Oh, yes, have often seen ye there." "Indeed. Very good. Then the thing is settled. The testimonials you showed me when you first tried for it are sufficient." That characters deteriorated in time of need possibly did not occur to Henchard. Jopp said, "Thank you," and stood more firmly in the consciousness that at last he officially belonged to that spot. "Now," said Henchard, digging his strong eyes into Jopp's face, "one thing is necessary to me, as the biggest corn and hay dealer in these parts. The Scotchman who's taking the town trade so bold into his hands must be cut out. D'ye hear? We two can't live side by side, that's clear and certain." "I've seen it all," said Jopp. "By fair competition, I mean, of course," Henchard continued, "but as hard, keen, and unflinching as fair, rather more so. By such a desperate bid against him for the farmer's custom as will grind him into the ground, starve him out. I've capital, mind ye, and I can do it." "I'm all that way of thinking," said the new foreman. Jopp's dislike of Farfrae as the man who had once usurped his place, while it made him a willing tool, made him at the same time commercially as unsafe a colleague as Henchard could have chosen. "I sometimes think," he added, "that he must have some glass that he sees next year in. He has such a knack of making everything bring him fortune." "He's deep, beyond all honest men's discerning, but we must make him shallower. We'll undersell him and overbuy him, and so snuff him out." They then entered into specific details of the process by which this would be accomplished, and parted at a late hour. Elizabeth Jane heard by accident that Jopp had been engaged by her stepfather. She was so fully convinced that he was not the right man for the place that, at the risk of making Henchard angry, she expressed her apprehension to him when they met. But it was done to no purpose. Henchard shut up her argument with a sharp rebuff. The season's weather seemed to favour their scheme. The time was in the years immediately before foreign competition had revolutionized the trade in grain, when still, as from the earliest ages, the wheat quotations from month to month depended entirely upon the home harvest. A bad harvest, or the prospect of one, would double the price of corn in a few weeks, and the promise of a good yield would lower it as rapidly. Prices were like the roads of the period, steep in gradient, reflecting in their phases the local conditions, without engineering, levellings, or averages. The farmer's income was ruled by the wheat crop within his own horizon, and the wheat crop by the weather. Thus, in person, he became a sort of flesh barometer, with feelers always directed to the sky and wind around him. The local atmosphere was everything to him, the atmospheres of other countries a matter of indifference. The people, too, who were not farmers, the rural multitude, saw in the god of the weather a more important personage than they do now. Indeed, the feeling of the peasantry in this matter was so intense as to be almost unrealizable in these equable days. Their impulse was well nigh to prostrate themselves in lamentation before untimely rains and tempests, which came as the alastor of those households whose crime it was to be poor. After midsummer they watched the weathercocks as men waiting in antechambers watch the lackey. Sun elated them, quiet rain sobered them, weeks of watery tempest stupefied them. That aspect of the sky which they now regard as disagreeable, they then beheld as maleficent. It was June, and the weather was very unfavourable. Casterbridge, being as it was the bell-board on which all the adjacent hamlets and villages sounded their notes, was decidedly dull. Instead of new articles in the shop windows, those that had been rejected in the foregoing summer were brought out again. Superseded reap-hooks, badly shaped rakes, shop-worn leggings, and time-stiffened water-tights reappeared, furbished up as near to new as possible. Henchard, backed by Jopp, read a disastrous garnering, and resolved to base his strategy against Farfrae upon that reading. But before acting, he wished, what so many have wished, that he could know for certain what was at present only strong probability. He was superstitious, as such headstrong natures often are, and he nourished in his mind an idea bearing on the matter, an idea he shrank from disclosing, even to Jopp. In a lonely hamlet a few miles from the town, so lonely that what are called lonely villages were teeming by comparison, there lived a man of curious repute as a forecaster or weather prophet. The way to his house was crooked and miry, even difficult in the present unpropitious season. One evening, when it was raining so heavily that ivy and laurel resounded like distant musketry, and an outdoor man could be excused for shrouding himself to his ears and eyes, such a shrouded figure on foot might have been perceived travelling in the direction of the hazel copse which dripped over the prophet's cot. The turnpike road became a lane, the lane a cart track, the cart track a bridle path, the bridle path a footway, the footway overgrown. The solitary walker slipped here and there, and stumbled over the natural springes formed by the brambles, till at length he reached the house, which, with its garden, was surrounded with a high, dense hedge. The cottage, comparatively a large one, had been built of mud by the occupier's own hands, and thatched also by himself. Here he had always lived, and here it was assumed he would die. He existed on unseen supplies, for it was an anomalous thing that while there was hardly a soul in the neighbourhood but affected to laugh at this man's assertions, uttering the formula, "There's nothing in 'em," with full assurance on the surface of their faces, very few of them were unbelievers in their secret hearts. Whenever they consulted him, they did it for a fancy. When they paid him, they said, just a trifle for Christmas or Candlemas, as the case might be. He would have preferred more honesty in his clients and less sham ridicule, but fundamental belief consoled him for superficial irony. As stated, he was enabled to live. People supported him with their backs turned. He was sometimes astonished that men could profess so little and believe so much at his house, when at church they professed so much and believed so little. Behind his back he was called Wido, on account of his reputation. To his face, Mr. Fall. The hedge of his garden formed an arch over the entrance, and a door was inserted as in a wall. Outside the door the tall traveller stopped, bandaged his face with a handkerchief as if he were suffering from toothache, and went up the path. The window shutters were not closed, and he could see the prophet within preparing his supper. In answer to the knock, Fall came to the door, candle in hand. The visitor stepped back a little from the light, and said, "Can I speak to 'ee?" in significant tones. The other's invitation to come in was responded to by the country formula, "This will do, thank ye," after which the householder had no alternative but to come out. He placed the candle on the corner of the dresser, took his hat from a nail, and joined the stranger in the porch, shutting the door behind him. "I've long heard that you can do things of a sort," began the other, repressing his individuality as much as he could. "Maybe so, Mr. Henchard," said the weathercaster. "Ah, why do you call me that?" asked the visitor with a start. "Because it's your name. Feeling you'd come, I've waited for ye, and thinking you might be leery from your walk, I laid 2 supper plates. Look ye here." He threw open the door and disclosed the supper table, at which appeared a second chair, knife and fork, plate and mug, as he had declared. Henchard felt like Saul at his reception by Samuel. He remained in silence for a few moments, then, throwing off the disguise of frigidity which he had hitherto preserved, he said, "Then I have not come in vain. Now, for instance, can ye charm away warts?" "Without trouble." "Cure the evil?" "That I've done with consideration, if they will wear the toad bag by night as well as by day." "Forecast the weather?" "With labour and time." "Then take this," said Henchard. "'Tis a crown piece. Now, what is the harvest fortnight to be? When can I know?" "I've worked it out already, and you can know at once." The fact was that 5 farmers had already been there on the same errand from different parts of the country. "By the sun, moon, and stars, by the clouds, the winds, the trees and grass, the candle flame and swallows, the smell of the herbs, likewise by the cat's eyes, the ravens, the leeches, the spiders, and the dung mixen, the last fortnight in August will be rain and tempest." "You are not certain, of course?" "As one can be in a world where all's unsure. 'Twill be more like living in Revelations this autumn than in England. Shall I sketch it out for ye in a scheme?" "Oh, no, no," said Henchard. "I don't altogether believe in forecasts, come to second thoughts on such. But I—" "You don't, you don't. 'Tis quite understood," said Whydo, without a sound of scorn. "You have given me a crown because you've won too many. But won't you join me at supper, now 'tis waiting and all?" Henchard would gladly have joined, for the savour of the stew had floated from the cottage into the porch with such appetizing distinctness that the meat, the onions, the pepper, and the herbs could be severally recognized by his nose. But as sitting down to hob and nob there would have seemed to mark him too implicitly as the weathercaster's apostle, he declined and went his way. The next Saturday Henchard bought grain to such an enormous extent that there was quite a talk about his purchases among his neighbours, the lawyer, the wine merchant, and the doctor; also on the next, and on all available days. When his granaries were full to choking, all the weathercocks of Casterbridge creaked and set their faces in another direction, as if tired of the south-west. The weather changed. The sunlight, which had been like tin for weeks, assumed the hues of topaz. The temperament of the welkin passed from the phlegmatic to the sanguine. An excellent harvest was almost a certainty, and as a consequence, prices rushed down. All these transformations, lovely to the outsider, to the wrong-headed corn dealer, were terrible. He was reminded of what he had well known before, that a man might gamble upon the square green areas of fields as readily as upon those of a card-room. Henchard had backed bad weather, and apparently lost. He had mistaken the turn of the flood for the turn of the ebb. His dealings had been so extensive that settlement could not long be postponed, and to settle he was obliged to sell off corn that he had bought only a few weeks before at figures higher by many shillings a quarter. Much of the corn he had never seen. It had not even been moved from the ricks in which it lay stacked, miles away. Thus he lost heavily. In the blaze of an early August day he met Farfrae in the market-place. Farfrae knew of his dealings, though he did not guess their intended bearing on himself, and commiserated him. For since their exchange of words in the South Walk they had been on stiffly speaking terms. Henchard for the moment appeared to resent the sympathy, but he suddenly took a careless turn. "Oh, no, no, nothing serious, man," he cried with fierce gaiety. "These things always happen, don't they? I know it has been said that figures have touched me tight lately, but is that anything rare? The case is not so bad as folk make out, perhaps. And, damme, a man must be a fool to mind the common hazards of trade." But he had to enter the Casterbridge bank that day for reasons which had never before sent him there, and to sit a long time in the partner's room with a constrained bearing. It was rumoured soon after that much real property as well as vast stores of produce, which had stood in Henchard's name in the town and neighbourhood, was actually the possession of his bankers. Coming down the steps of the bank he encountered Jopp. The gloomy transactions just completed within had added fever to the original sting of Farfrae's sympathy that morning, which Henchard fancied might be a satire disguised, so that Jopp met with anything but a bland reception. The latter was in the act of taking off his hat to wipe his forehead, and saying, "A fine hot day," to an acquaintance. "You can wipe and say a fine hot day, can ye?" cried Henchard in a savage undertone, imprisoning Jopp between himself and the bank wall. "If it hadn't been for your blasted advice, it might have been a fine day enough. Why did you let me go on, eh? When a word of doubt from you or anybody would have made me think twice. For you can never be sure of weather till 'tis past." "My advice, sir, was to do what you thought best." "A useful fellow, and the sooner you help somebody else in that way the better." Henchard continued his address to Jopp in similar terms till it ended in Jopp's dismissal there and then, Henchard turning upon his heel and leaving him. "You shall be sorry for this, sir, sorry as a man can be," said Jopp, standing pale, and looking after the corn merchant as he disappeared in the crowd of market men hard by. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 27. It was the eve of harvest. Prices being low, Farfrae was buying. As was usual, after reckoning too surely on famine weather, the local farmers had flown to the other extreme, and, in Farfrae's opinion, were selling off too recklessly, calculating with just a trifle too much certainty upon an abundant yield. So he went on buying old corn at its comparatively ridiculous price, for the produce of the previous year, though not large, had been of excellent quality. When Henchard had squared his affairs in a disastrous way, and got rid of his burdensome purchases at a monstrous loss, the harvest began. There were 3 days of excellent weather, and then, "What if that cursed conjurer should be right after all?" said Henchard. The fact was that no sooner had the sickles begun to play than the atmosphere suddenly felt as if cress would grow in it without other nourishment. It rubbed people's cheeks like damp flannel when they walked abroad. There was a gusty, high, warm wind. Isolated raindrops starred the window panes at remote distances. The sunlight would flap out like a quickly opened fan, throw the pattern of the window upon the floor of the room in a milky, colourless shine, and withdraw as suddenly as it had appeared. From that day and hour it was clear that there was not to be so successful an ingathering after all. If Henchard had only waited long enough, he might at least have avoided loss, though he had not made a profit. But the momentum of his character knew no patience. At this turn of the scales he remained silent. The movements of his mind seemed to tend to the thought that some power was working against him. "I wonder," he asked himself with eerie misgiving. "I wonder if it can be that somebody has been roasting a waxen image of me, or stirring an unholy brew to confound me. I don't believe in such power, and yet, what if they should have been doing it?" Even he could not admit that the perpetrator, if any, might be Farfrae. These isolated hours of superstition came to Henchard in time of moody depression, when all his practical largeness of view had oozed out of him. Meanwhile Donald Farfrae prospered. He had purchased in so depressed a market that the present moderate stiffness of prices was sufficient to pile for him a large heap of gold where a little one had been. "Why, he'll soon be mayor," said Henchard. It was indeed hard that the speaker should, of all others, have to follow the triumphal chariot of this man to the capital. The rivalry of the masters was taken up by the men. September night shades had fallen upon Casterbridge. The clocks had struck 8:30, and the moon had risen. The streets of the town were curiously silent for such a comparatively early hour. A sound of jangling horse bells and heavy wheels passed up the street. These were followed by angry voices outside Lucetta's house, which led her and Elizabeth Jane to run to the windows and pull up the blinds. The neighbouring market-house and town hall abutted against its next neighbour, the church, except in the lower story, where an arched thoroughfare gave admittance to a large square called Bull Stake. A stone post rose in the midst, to which the oxen had formerly been tied for baiting with dogs, to make them tender before they were killed in the adjoining shambles. In a corner stood the stocks. The thoroughfare leading to this spot was now blocked by 2 4-horse wagons and horses, one laden with hay trusses, the leaders having already passed each other and become entangled head to tail. The passage of the vehicles might have been practicable if empty, but built up with hay to the bedroom windows as one was, it was impossible. "You must have done it a purpose," said Farfrae's wagoner. "You can hear my horse's bells 1/2 a mile such a night as this." "If ye'd been minding your business instead of zwailing along in such a gawkhammer way, you would have zeed me," retorted the wroth representative of Henchard. However, according to the strict rule of the road, it appeared that Henchard's man was most in the wrong. He therefore attempted to back into the High Street. In doing this, the near hind wheel rose against the churchyard wall, and the whole mountainous load went over, 2 of the 4 wheels rising in the air, and the legs of the thill horse. Instead of considering how to gather up the load, the 2 men closed in a fight with their fists. Before the first round was quite over, Henchard came upon the spot, somebody having run for him. Henchard sent the 2 men staggering in contrary directions by collaring one with each hand, turned to the horse that was down, and extricated him after some trouble. He then inquired into the circumstances, and, seeing the state of his wagon and its load, began hotly rating Farfrae's man. Lucetta and Elizabeth Jane had by this time run down to the street corner, whence they watched the bright heap of new hay lying in the moon's rays, and passed and repassed by the forms of Henchard and the wagoners. The women had witnessed, what nobody else had seen, the origin of the mishap, and Lucetta spoke. "I saw it all, Mr. Henchard," she cried, "and your man was most in the wrong." Henchard paused in his harangue and turned. "Oh, I didn't notice you, Miss Templeman," said he. "My man in the wrong. Ah, to be sure, to be sure. But I beg your pardon notwithstanding. The other's is the empty wagon, and he must have been most to blame for coming on." "No, I saw it too," said Elizabeth Jane, "and I can assure you he couldn't help it." "You can't trust their senses," murmured Henchard's man. "Why not?" asked Henchard sharply. "Why, you see, sir, all the women side with Farfrae, being a damn young dand of the sort that he is, one that creeps into a maid's heart like the giddying worm into a sheep's brain, making crooked seem straight to their eyes." "But do you know who that lady is you talk about in such a fashion? Do you know that I pay my attentions to her, and have for some time? Just be careful." "Not I. I know nothing, sir, outside 8 shillings a week." "And that Mr. Farfrae is well aware of it? He's sharp in trade, but he wouldn't do anything so underhand as what you hint at." Whether because Lucetta heard this low dialogue or not, her white figure disappeared from her doorway inward, and the door was shut before Henchard could reach it to converse with her further. This disappointed him, for he had been sufficiently disturbed by what the man had said to wish to speak to her more closely. While pausing, the old constable came up. "Just see that nobody drives against that hay and wagon to-night, Stubbard," said the corn merchant. "It must bide till the morning, for all hands are in the field still. And if any coach or road wagon wants to come along, tell them they must go round by the back street, and be hanged to 'em. Any case to-morrow up in Hall?" "Yes, sir. One in number, sir." "Oh, what's that?" "An old flagrant female, sir, swearing and committing a nuisance in a horrible profane manner against the church wall, sir, as if 'twere no more than a pothouse. That's all, sir." "Oh. The mayor's out of town, isn't he?" "He is, sir." "Very well, then I'll be there. Don't forget to keep an eye on that hay. Good night to ye." During those moments Henchard had determined to follow up Lucetta, notwithstanding her elusiveness, and he knocked for admission. The answer he received was an expression of Miss Templeman's sorrow at being unable to see him again that evening, because she had an engagement to go out. Henchard walked away from the door to the opposite side of the street, and stood by his hay in a lonely reverie, the constable having strolled elsewhere, and the horses being removed. Though the moon was not bright, as yet there were no lamps lighted, and he entered the shadow of one of the projecting jambs which formed the thoroughfare to Bull Stake. Here he watched Lucetta's door. Candlelights were flitting in and out of her bedroom, and it was obvious that she was dressing for the appointment, whatever the nature of that might be at such an hour. The lights disappeared, the clock struck 9, and almost at the moment Farfrae came round the opposite corner and knocked. That she had been waiting just inside for him was certain, for she instantly opened the door herself. They went together by the way of a back lane westward, avoiding the front street. Guessing where they were going, he determined to follow. The harvest had been so delayed by the capricious weather that whenever a fine day occurred all sinews were strained to save what could be saved of the damaged crops. On account of the rapid shortening of the days, the harvesters worked by moonlight. Hence, to-night, the wheat fields abutting on the two sides of the square formed by Casterbridge town were animated by the gathering hands. Their shouts and laughter had reached Henchard at the market-house, while he stood there waiting, and he had little doubt, from the turn which Farfrae and Lucetta had taken, that they were bound for the spot. Nearly the whole town had gone into the fields. The Casterbridge populace still retained the primitive habit of helping one another in time of need, and thus, though the corn belonged to the farming section of the little community, that inhabiting the Durnover quarter, the remainder was no less interested in the labour of getting it home. Reaching the top of the lane, Henchard crossed the shaded avenue on the walls, slid down the green rampart, and stood amongst the stubble. The stitches or shocks rose like tents about the yellow expanse, those in the distance becoming lost in the moonlit hazes. He had entered at a point removed from the scene of immediate operations, but two others had entered at that place, and he could see them winding among the shocks. They were paying no regard to the direction of their walk, whose vague serpentining soon began to bear down towards Henchard. A meeting promised to be awkward, and he therefore stepped into the hollow of the nearest shock and sat down. "You have my leave," Lucetta was saying gaily. "Speak what you like." "Well, then," replied Farfrae, with the unmistakable inflection of the lover pure, which Henchard had never heard in full resonance of his lips before. "You are sure to be much sought after for your position, wealth, talents, and beauty. But will you resist the temptation to be one of those ladies with lots of admirers, ay, and be content to have only a homely one?" "And he the speaker?" said she, laughing. "Very well, sir. What next?" "Ah, I'm afraid that what I feel will make me forget my manners." "Then I hope you'll never have any, if you lack them only for that cause." After some broken words which Henchard lost, she added, "Are you sure you won't be jealous?" Farfrae seemed to assure her that he would not, by taking her hand. "You are convinced, Donald, that I love nobody else," she presently said. "But I should wish to have my own way in some things." "In everything? What special thing did you mean?" "If I wished not to live always in Casterbridge, for instance, upon finding that I should not be happy here?" Henchard did not hear the reply. He might have done so, and much more, but he did not care to play the eavesdropper. They went on towards the scene of activity, where the sheaves were being handed, a dozen a minute, upon the carts and wagons which carried them away. Lucetta insisted on parting from Farfrae when they drew near the work-people. He had some business with them, and though he entreated her to wait a few minutes, she was inexorable, and tripped off homeward alone. Henchard thereupon left the field and followed her. His state of mind was such that on reaching Lucetta's door he did not knock, but opened it, and walked straight up to her sitting-room, expecting to find her there. But the room was empty, and he perceived that in his haste he had somehow passed her on the way hither. He had not to wait many minutes, however, for he soon heard her dress rustling in the hall, followed by a soft closing of the door. In a moment she appeared. The light was so low that she did not notice Henchard at first. As soon as she saw him, she uttered a little cry, almost of terror. "How can you frighten me so?" she exclaimed with a flushed face. "It is past 10 o'clock, and you have no right to surprise me here at such a time." "I don't know that I've not the right. At any rate, I have the excuse. Is it so necessary that I should stop to think of manners and customs?" "It is too late for propriety, and might injure me." "I called an hour ago, and you would not see me, and I thought you were in when I called now. It is you, Lucetta, who are doing wrong. It is not proper in 'ee to throw me over like this. I have a little matter to remind you of, which you seem to forget." She sank into a chair and turned pale. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it," she said through her hands, as he, standing close to the edge of her gown, began to allude to the Jersey days. "But you ought to hear it," said he. "It came to nothing, and through you. Then why not leave me the freedom that I gained with such sorrow? Had I found that you proposed to marry me for pure love, I might have felt bound now. But I soon learnt that you had planned it out of mere charity, almost as an unpleasant duty, because I had nursed you and compromised myself, and you thought you must repay me. After that I did not care for you so deeply as before." "Why did you come here to find me, then?" "I thought I ought to marry you for conscience' sake, since you were free, even though I did not like you so well." "And why, then, don't you think so now?" She was silent. It was only too obvious that conscience had ruled well enough till new love had intervened and usurped that rule. In feeling this, she herself forgot for the moment her partially justifying argument, that, having discovered Henchard's infirmities of temper, she had some excuse for not risking her happiness in his hands after once escaping them. The only thing she could say was, "I was a poor girl then, and now my circumstances have altered, so I am hardly the same person." "That's true, and it makes the case awkward for me. But I don't want to touch your money. I am quite willing that every penny of your property shall remain to your personal use. Besides, that argument has nothing in it. The man you are thinking of is no better than I." "If you were as good as he, you would leave me," she cried passionately. This unluckily aroused Henchard. "You cannot in honor refuse me," he said. "And unless you give me your promise this very night to be my wife before a witness, I'll reveal our intimacy in common fairness to other men." A look of resignation settled upon her. Henchard saw its bitterness, and had Lucetta's heart been given to any other man in the world than Farfrae, he would probably have had pity upon her at that moment. But the supplanter was the upstart, as Henchard called him, who had mounted into prominence upon his shoulders, and he could bring himself to show no mercy. Without another word she rang the bell, and directed that Elizabeth Jane should be fetched from her room. The latter appeared, surprised in the midst of her lucubrations. As soon as she saw Henchard, she went across to him dutifully. "Elizabeth Jane," he said, taking her hand, "I want you to hear this." And turning to Lucetta, "Will you or will you not marry me?" "If you wish it, I must agree." "You say yes?" "I do." No sooner had she given the promise than she fell back in a fainting state. "What dreadful thing drives her to say this, father, when it is such a pain to her?" asked Elizabeth, kneeling down by Lucetta. "Don't compel her to do anything against her will. I have lived with her, and know that she cannot bear much." "Don't be a northern simpleton," said Henchard dryly. "This promise will leave him free for you, if you want him, won't it?" At this Lucetta seemed to wake from her swoon with a start. "Him? Who are you talking about?" she said wildly. "Nobody, as far as I am concerned," said Elizabeth firmly. "Oh, well, then it is my mistake," said Henchard. "But the business is between me and Miss Templeman. She agrees to be my wife." "But don't dwell on it just now," entreated Elizabeth, holding Lucetta's hand. "I don't wish to if she promises," said Henchard. I have," groaned Lucetta, her limbs hanging like fluid from very misery and faintness. "Michael, please don't argue it any more." "I will not," he said, and taking up his hat, he went away. Elizabeth Jane continued to kneel by Lucetta. "What is this?" she said. "You called my father Michael as if you knew him well. And how is it he has got this power over you that you promise to marry him against your will? Ah, you have many, many secrets from me." "Perhaps you have some from me," Lucetta murmured with closed eyes, little thinking, however, so unsuspicious was she, that the secret of Elizabeth's heart concerned the young man who had caused this damage to her own. "I would not do anything against you at all," stammered Elizabeth, keeping in all signs of emotion till she was ready to burst. "I cannot understand how my father can command you so. I don't sympathize with him in it at all. I'll go to him and ask him to release you." "No, no," said Lucetta. "Let it all be." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 28. The next morning Henchard went to the town hall below Lucetta's house to attend petty sessions, being still a magistrate for the year by virtue of his late position as mayor. In passing he looked up at her windows, but nothing of her was to be seen. Henchard, as a justice of the peace, may at first seem to be an even greater incongruity than Shallow and Silence themselves. But his rough and ready perceptions, his sledge-hammer directness, had often served him better than nice legal knowledge in despatching such simple business as fell to his hands in this court. To-day, Dr. Chalkfield, the mayor for the year, being absent, the corn merchant took the big chair, his eyes still abstractedly stretching out of the window to the ashlar front of High Place Hall. There was one case only, and the offender stood before him. She was an old woman of mottled countenance, attired in a shawl of that nameless tertiary hue which comes but cannot be made, a hue neither tawny, russet, hazel, nor ash, a sticky black bonnet that seemed to have been worn in the country of the psalmist where the clouds drop fatness, and an apron that had been white in time so comparatively recent as still to contrast visibly with the rest of her clothes. The steeped aspect of the woman as a whole showed her to be no native of the countryside or even of a country town. She looked cursorily at Henchard and the second magistrate, and Henchard looked at her with a momentary pause, as if she had reminded him indistinctly of somebody or something which passed from his mind as quickly as it had come. "Well, and what has she been doing?" he said, looking down at the charge sheet. "She is charged, sir, with the offence of disorderly female and nuisance," whispered Stubbard. "Where did she do that?" said the other magistrate. "By the church, sir, of all the horrible places in the world. I caught her in the act, your worship." "Stand back, then," said Henchard, "and let's hear what you've got to say." Stubbard was sworn in, the magistrate's clerk dipped his pen, Henchard being no note-taker himself, and the constable began. "Hearing a illegal noise, I went down the street at 25 minutes past 11 p.m. on the night of the 5th instinct, Anno Domini, when I had—" "Don't go so fast, Stubbard," said the clerk. The constable waited, with his eyes on the clerk's pen, till the latter stopped scratching, and said, "Yes." Stubbard continued. "When I had proceeded to the spot, I saw defendant at another spot, namely, the gutter." He paused, watching the point of the clerk's pen again. "Gutter. Yes, Stubbard." "Spot measuring 12 feet 9 inches or thereabouts, from where I—" Still careful not to outrun the clerk's penmanship, Stubbard pulled up again, for having got his evidence by heart, it was immaterial to him whereabouts he broke off. "I object to that," spoke up the old woman. "Spot measuring 12 feet 9 or thereabouts from where I is not sound testimony." The magistrates consulted, and the second one said that the bench was of the opinion that 12 feet 9 inches from a man on his oath was admissible. Stubbard, with a suppressed gaze of victorious rectitude at the old woman, continued. "Was standing myself. She was wambling about quite dangerous to the thoroughfare, and when I approached to draw near she committed the nuisance and insulted me." "Insulted me. Yes, what did she say?" "She said, 'Put away that D lantern,' she says." "Yes." "Says she, 'Dost hear, old Termit head? Put away that D lantern. I have floored fellows a D sight finer looking than a D fool like thee, you son of a B. D me if I hain't,' she says." "I object to that conversation," interposed the old woman. "I was not capable enough to hear what I said, and what is said out of my hearing is not evidence." There was another stoppage for consultation, a book was referred to, and finally Stubbard was allowed to go on again. The truth was that the old woman had appeared in court so many more times than the magistrates themselves that they were obliged to keep a sharp lookout upon their procedure. However, when Stubbard had rambled on a little further, Henchard broke out impatiently. "Come, we don't want to hear any more of them cussed D's and B's. Say the words out like a man, and don't be so modest, Stubbard, or else leave it alone." Turning to the woman, "Now then, have you any questions to ask him, or anything to say?" "Yes," she replied, with a twinkle in her eye, and the clerk dipped his pen. 20 years ago, or thereabout, I was selling a furmity in a tent at Weydon Fair." 20 years ago? Well, that's beginning at the beginning. Suppose you go back to the creation," said the clerk, not without satire. But Henchard stared, and quite forgot what was evidence and what was not. "A man and a woman with a little child came into my tent," the woman continued. "They sat down and had a basin apiece. Ah, Lord's my life, I was of a more respectable station in the world then than I am now, being a land smuggler in a large way of business. And I used to season my furmity with rum for them who asked for it. I did it for the man, and then he had more and more, till at last he quarrelled with his wife and offered to sell her to the highest bidder. A sailor came in and bid 5 guineas and paid the money and led her away. And the man who sold his wife in that fashion is the man sitting there in the great big chair." The speaker concluded by nodding her head at Henchard and folding her arms. Everybody looked at Henchard. His face seemed strange and in tint as if it had been powdered over with ashes. "We don't want to hear your life and adventures," said the second magistrate sharply, filling the pause which followed. You've been asked if you've anything to say bearing on the case." "That bears on the case. It proves that he's no better than I, and has no right to sit there in judgment upon me." "'Tis a concocted story," said the clerk, "so hold your tongue." "No, 'tis true." The words came from Henchard. "'Tis as true as the light," he said slowly, "and upon my soul it does prove that I'm no better than she. And to keep out of any temptation to treat her hard for her revenge, I'll leave her to you." The sensation in the court was indescribably great. Henchard left the chair and came out, passing through a group of people on the steps and outside that was much larger than usual, for it seemed that the old furmity dealer had mysteriously hinted to the denizens of the lane in which she had been lodging since her arrival that she knew a queer thing or two about their great local man, Mr. Henchard, if she chose to tell it. This had brought them hither. "Why are there so many idlers round the town hall to-day?" said Lucetta to her servant when the case was over. She had risen late and had just looked out of the window. "Oh, please, ma'am, 'tis this larry about Mr. Henchard. A woman has proved that before he became a gentleman he sold his wife for 5 guineas in a booth at a fair." In all the accounts which Henchard had given her of the separation from his wife Susan for so many years, of his belief in her death, and so on, he had never clearly explained the actual and immediate cause of that separation. The story she now heard for the first time. A gradual misery overspread Lucetta's face as she dwelt upon the promise wrung from her the night before. At bottom, then, Henchard was this. How terrible a contingency for a woman who should commit herself to his care. During the day she went out to the Ring and to other places, not coming in till nearly dusk. As soon as she saw Elizabeth Jane after her return indoors, she told her that she had resolved to go away from home to the seaside for a few days, to Port Bredy. Casterbridge was so gloomy. Elizabeth, seeing that she looked wan and disturbed, encouraged her in the idea, thinking a change would afford her relief. She could not help suspecting that the gloom which seemed to have come over Casterbridge in Lucetta's eyes might be partially owing to the fact that Farfrae was away from home. Elizabeth saw her friend depart for Port Bredy, and took charge of High Place Hall till her return. After 2 or 3 days of solitude and incessant rain, Henchard called at the house. He seemed disappointed to hear of Lucetta's absence, and though he nodded with outward indifference, he went away handling his beard with a nettled mien. The next day he called again. "Is she come now?" he asked. "Yes, she returned this morning," replied his stepdaughter, "but she is not indoors. She has gone for a walk along the turnpike road to Port Bredy. She will be home by dusk." After a few words which only served to reveal his restless impatience, he left the house again. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 29. At this hour Lucetta was bounding along the road to Port Bredy, just as Elizabeth had announced. That she had chosen for her afternoon walk the road along which she had returned to Casterbridge 3 hours earlier in a carriage was curious, if anything should be called curious in concatenations of phenomena wherein each is known to have its accounting cause. It was the day of the chief market, Saturday, and Farfrae for once had been missed from his corn-stand in the dealer's room. Nevertheless, it was known that he would be home that night, for Sunday, as Casterbridge expressed it. Lucetta, in continuing her walk, had at length reached the end of the ranked trees which bordered the highway in this and other directions out of the town. This end marked a mile, and here she stopped. The spot was a vale between 2 gentle acclivities, and the road, still adhering to its Roman foundation, stretched onward straight as a surveyor's line till lost to sight on the most distant ridge. There was neither hedge nor tree in the prospect now, the road clinging to the stubby expanse of cornland like a strip to an undulating garment. Near her was a barn, the single building of any kind within her horizon. She strained her eyes up the lessening road, but nothing appeared thereon, not so much as a speck. She sighed one word, "Donald," and turned her face to the town for retreat. Here the case was different. A single figure was approaching her, Elizabeth Jane's. Lucetta, in spite of her loneliness, seemed a little vexed. Elizabeth's face, as soon as she recognized her friend, shaped itself into affectionate lines, while yet beyond speaking distance. "I suddenly thought I would come and meet you," she said, smiling. Lucetta's reply was taken from her lips by an unexpected diversion. A by-road on her right hand descended from the fields into the highway at the point where she stood, and down the track a bull was rambling uncertainly towards her and Elizabeth, who, facing the other way, did not observe him. In the latter quarter of each year, cattle were at once the mainstay and the terror of families about Casterbridge and its neighbourhood, where breeding was carried on with Abrahamic success. The head of stock driven into and out of the town at this season to be sold by the local auctioneer was very large, and all these horned beasts, in travelling to and fro, sent women and children to shelter as nothing else could do. In the main, the animals would have walked along quietly enough, but the Casterbridge tradition was that to drive stock it was indispensable that hideous cries, coupled with Yahoo antics and gestures, should be used, large sticks flourished, stray dogs called in general everything done that was likely to infuriate the viciously disposed and terrify the mild. Nothing was commoner than for a householder, on going out of his parlour, to find his hall or passage full of little children, nursemaids, aged women, or a ladies' school, who apologized for their presence by saying, "A bull passing down street from the sale." Lucetta and Elizabeth regarded the animal in doubt, he meanwhile drawing vaguely towards them. It was a large specimen of the breed, in colour rich dun, though disfigured at present by splotches of mud about his seamy sides. His horns were thick and tipped with brass, his two nostrils like the Thames Tunnel as seen in the perspective toys of yore. Between them, through the gristle of his nose, was a stout copper ring, welded on, and irremovable as Gurth's collar of brass. To the ring was attached an ash staff about a yard long, which the bull with the motions of his head flung about like a flail. It was not till they observed this dangling stick that the young women were really alarmed, for it revealed to them that the bull was an old one, too savage to be driven, which had in some way escaped, the staff being the means by which the drover controlled him and kept his horns at arm's length. They looked round for some shelter or hiding place, and thought of the barn hard by. As long as they had kept their eyes on the bull, he had shown some deference in his manner of approach. But no sooner did they turn their backs to seek the barn, than he tossed his head and decided to thoroughly terrify them. This caused the two helpless girls to run wildly, whereupon the bull advanced in a deliberate charge. The barn stood behind a green, slimy pond, and it was closed save as to one of the usual pair of doors facing them, which had been propped open by a hurdle stick, and for this opening they made. The interior had been cleared by a recent bout of threshing, except at one end, where there was a stack of dry clover. Elizabeth Jane took in the situation. "We must climb up there," she said. But before they had even approached it, they heard the bull scampering through the pond without, and in a second he dashed into the barn, knocking down the hurdle stake in passing. The heavy door slammed behind him, and all three were imprisoned in the barn together. The mistaken creature saw them, and stalked towards the end of the barn into which they had fled. The girls doubled so adroitly that their pursuer was against the wall when the fugitives were already half way to the other end. By the time that his length would allow him to turn and follow them thither, they had crossed over. Thus the pursuit went on, the hot air from his nostrils blowing over them like a sirocco, and not a moment being attainable by Elizabeth or Lucetta in which to open the door. What might have happened had their situation continued cannot be said, but in a few moments a rattling of the door distracted their adversaries' attention, and a man appeared. He ran forward towards the leading staff, seized it, and wrenched the animal's head as if he would snap it off. The wrench was in reality so violent that the thick neck seemed to have lost its stiffness and to become half paralyzed, whilst the nose dropped blood. The premeditated human contrivance of the nose-ring was too cunning for impulsive brute force, and the creature flinched. The man was seen in the partial gloom to be large-framed and unhesitating. He led the bull to the door, and the light revealed Henchard. He made the bull fast without, and re-entered to the succour of Lucetta, for he had not perceived Elizabeth, who had climbed on to the clover-heap. Lucetta was hysterical, and Henchard took her in his arms and carried her to the door. "You have saved me," she cried, as soon as she could speak. "I have returned your kindness," he responded tenderly. "You once saved me." "How comes it to be you?" she asked, not heeding his reply. "I came out here to look for you. I have been wanting to tell you something these 2 or 3 days, but you have been away, and I could not. Perhaps you cannot talk now?" "Oh, no. Where is Elizabeth?" "Here I am," cried the missing one cheerfully, and without waiting for the ladder to be placed, she slid down the face of the clover stack to the floor. Henchard supporting Lucetta on one side and Elizabeth Jane on the other, they went slowly along the rising road. They had reached the top and were descending again when Lucetta, now much recovered, recollected that she had dropped her muff in the barn. "I'll run back," said Elizabeth Jane. "I don't mind it at all, as I am not tired as you are." She thereupon hastened down again to the barn, the others pursuing their way. Elizabeth soon found the muff, such an article being by no means small at that time. Coming out, she paused to look for a moment at the bull, now rather to be pitied with his bleeding nose, having perhaps rather intended a practical joke than a murder. Henchard had secured him by jamming the staff into the hinge of the barn door and wedging it there with a stake. At length she turned to hasten onward after her contemplation, when she saw a green and black gig approaching from the contrary direction, the vehicle being driven by Farfrae. His presence here seemed to explain Lucetta's walk that way. Donald saw her, drew up, and was hastily made acquainted with what had happened. At Elizabeth Jane mentioning how greatly Lucetta had been jeopardized, he exhibited an agitation different in kind, no less than in intensity, from any she had seen in him before. He became so absorbed in the circumstance that he scarcely had sufficient knowledge of what he was doing to think of helping her up beside him. "She has gone on with Mr. Henchard, you say?" he inquired at last. "Yes, he is taking her home. They are almost there by this time." "And you are sure she can get home?" Elizabeth Jane was quite sure. "Your stepfather saved her?" "Entirely." Farfrae checked his horse's pace. She guessed why. He was thinking that it would be best not to intrude on the other two just now. Henchard had saved Lucetta, and to provoke a possible exhibition of her deeper affection for himself was as ungenerous as it was unwise. The immediate subject of their talk being exhausted, she felt more embarrassed at sitting thus beside her past lover, but soon the 2 figures of the others were visible at the entrance to the town. The face of the woman was frequently turned back, but Farfrae did not whip on the horse. When these reached the town walls, Henchard and his companion had disappeared down the street. Farfrae set down Elizabeth Jane, on her expressing a particular wish to alight there, and drove round to the stables at the back of his lodgings. On this account he entered the house through his garden, and going up to his apartments found them in a particularly disturbed state, his boxes being hauled out upon the landing, and his bookcase standing in 3 pieces. These phenomena, however, seemed to cause him not the least surprise. "When will everything be sent up?" he said to the mistress of the house, who was superintending. "I am afraid not before 8, sir," said she. "You see we wasn't aware till this morning that you were going to move, or we could have been forwarder." "Ah, well, never mind, never mind," said Farfrae cheerily. "8 o'clock will do well enough if it be not later. Now don't ye be standing here talking, or it will be 12, I doubt." Thus speaking, he went out by the front door and up the street. During this interval, Henchard and Lucetta had had experiences of a different kind. After Elizabeth's departure for the Muff, the corn merchant opened himself frankly, holding her hand within his arm, though she would fain have withdrawn it. "Dear Lucetta, I have been very, very anxious to see you these 2 or 3 days," he said, "ever since I saw you last. I have thought over the way I got your promise that night. You said to me, if I were a man I should not insist. That cut me deep. I felt that there was some truth in it. I don't want to make you wretched, and to marry me just now would do that as nothing else could. It is but too plain. Therefore I agree to an indefinite engagement, to put off all thought of marriage for a year or 2. "But can I do nothing of a different kind?" said Lucetta. "I am full of gratitude to you. You have saved my life, and your care of me is like coals of fire on my head. I am a moneyed person now. Surely I can do something in return for your goodness, something practical." Henchard remained in thought. He had evidently not expected this. "There is one thing you might do, Lucetta," he said, "but not exactly of that kind." "Then of what kind is it?" she asked with renewed misgiving. "I must tell you a secret to ask it. You may have heard that I have been unlucky this year. I did what I have never done before, speculated rashly, and I lost. That's just put me in a strait." "And you would wish me to advance some money?" "No, no," said Henchard, almost in anger. "I'm not the man to sponge on a woman, even though she may be so nearly my own as you. No, Lucetta, what you can do is this, and it would save me. My great creditor is Grauer, and it is at his hands I shall suffer if at anybody's, while a fortnight's forbearance on his part would be enough to allow me to pull through. This may be got out of him in one way, that you would let it be known to him that you are my intended, that we are to be quietly married in the next fortnight. Now stop, you haven't heard all. Let him have this story, without, of course, any prejudice to the fact that the actual engagement between us is to be a long one. Nobody else need know. You could go with me to Mr. Grauer, and just let me speak to 'ee before him, as if we were on such terms. We'll ask him to keep it secret. He will willingly wait then. At the fortnight's end I shall be able to face him, and I can coolly tell him all is postponed between us for a year or 2. Not a soul in the town need know how you've helped me. Since you wish to be of use, there's your way." It being now what the people called the pinking in of the day, that is, the quarter hour just before dusk, he did not at first observe the result of his own words upon her. "If it were anything else," she began, and the dryness of her lips was represented in her voice. "But it is such a little thing," he said, with a deep reproach. "Less than you have offered. Just the beginning of what you have so lately promised. I could have told him as much myself, but he would not have believed me." "It is not because I won't. It is because I absolutely can't," she said, with rising distress. "You are provoking," he burst out. "It is enough to make me force you to carry out at once what you have promised." "I cannot," she insisted desperately. "Why? When I have only within these few minutes released you from your promise to do the thing offhand?" "Because he was a witness." "Witness? Of what?" If I must tell you, don't upbraid me. Well, let's hear what you mean. Witness of my marriage. Mr. Grower was. Marriage? Yes, with Mr. Farfrae. Oh, Michael, I am already his wife. We were married this week at Port Bredy. There were reasons against our doing it here. Mr. Grower was a witness because he happened to be at Port Bredy at the time. Henchard stood as if idiotized. She was so alarmed at his silence that she murmured something about lending him sufficient money to tide over the perilous fortnight. "Married him?" said Henchard at length. "My good, what, married him whilst bound to marry me?" "It was like this," she explained, with tears in her eyes and quavers in her voice. Don't be cruel. I loved him so much, and I thought you might tell him of the past, and that grieved me. And then, when I had promised you, I learnt of the rumour that you had sold your first wife at a fair like a horse or cow. How could I keep my promise after hearing that? I could not risk myself in your hands. It would have been letting myself down to take your name after such a scandal. But I knew I should lose Donald if I did not secure him at once, for you would carry out your threat of telling him of our former acquaintance, as long as there was a chance of keeping me for yourself by doing so. But you will not do so now, will you, Michael? For it is too late to separate us." The notes of St. Peter's bells in full peal had been wafted to them while she spoke, and now the genial thumping of the town band, renowned for its unstinted use of the drumstick, throbbed down the street. "Then this racket they are making is on account of it, I suppose?" said he. "Yes, I think he has told them, or else Mr. Grower has. May I leave you now? He was detained at Port Bredy to-day, and sent me on a few hours before him." "Then it is his wife's life I have saved this afternoon." "Yes, and he will be forever grateful to you." "I am much obliged to him. Oh, you false woman!" burst from Henchard. "You promised me—" Yes, but it was under compulsion, and I did not know all your past." "And now I've a mind to punish you as you deserve. One word to this brand-new husband of how you courted me, and your precious happiness is blown to atoms." "Michael, pity me, and be generous." "You don't deserve pity. You did, but you don't now." "I'll help you to pay off your debt." "A pensioner, a Farfrae's wife! Not I. Don't stay with me longer. I shall say something worse. Go home." She disappeared under the trees of the south walk as the band came round the corner, awaking the echoes of every stalk and stone in celebration of her happiness. Lucetta took no heed, but ran up the back street and reached her own home unperceived. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 30. Farfrae's words to his landlady had referred to the removal of his boxes and other effects from his late lodgings to Lucetta's house. The work was not heavy, but it had been much hindered on account of the frequent pauses necessitated by exclamations of surprise at the event, of which the good woman had been briefly informed by letter a few hours earlier. At the last moment of leaving Port Bredy, Farfrae, like John Gilpin, had been detained by important customers, whom, even in the exceptional circumstances, he was not the man to neglect. Moreover, there was a convenience in Lucetta arriving first at her house. Nobody there as yet knew what had happened, and she was best in a position to break the news to the inmates, and give directions for her husband's accommodation. He had therefore sent on his 2 days' bride in a hired brougham, whilst he went across the country to a certain group of wheat and barley ricks a few miles off, telling her the hour at which he might be expected the same evening. This accounted for her trotting out to meet him after their separation of 4 hours. By a strenuous effort, after leaving Henchard, she calmed herself in readiness to receive Donald at High Place Hall when he came on from his lodgings. One supreme fact empowered her to this, the sense that, come what would, she had secured him. Half an hour after her arrival he walked in, and she met him with a relieved gladness, which a month's perilous absence could not have intensified. "There is one thing I have not done, and yet it is important," she said earnestly, when she had finished talking about the adventure with the bull. "That is, broken the news of our marriage to my dear Elizabeth Jane." "Ah, and you have not," he said thoughtfully. "I gave her a lift from the barn homewards, but I did not tell her either, for I thought she might have heard of it in the town, and was keeping back her congratulations from shyness and all that." "She can hardly have heard of it. But I'll find out. I'll go to her now. And, Donald, you don't mind her living on with me just the same as before? She is so quiet and unassuming." "Oh no, indeed I don't," Farfrae answered with perhaps a faint awkwardness. "But I wonder if she would care to." "Oh yes," said Lucetta eagerly. "I am sure she would like to. Besides, poor thing, she has no other home." Farfrae looked at her and saw that she did not suspect the secret of her more reserved friend. He liked her all the better for the blindness. "Arrange as you like with her by all means," he said. "It is I who have come to your house, not you to mine." "I'll run and speak to her," said Lucetta. When she got upstairs to Elizabeth Jane's room, the latter had taken off her outdoor things and was resting over a book. Lucetta found in a moment that she had not yet learnt the news. "I did not come down to you, Miss Templeman," she said simply. "I was coming to ask if you had quite recovered from your fright, but I found you had a visitor. What are the bells ringing for, I wonder? And the band, too, is playing. Somebody must be married, or else they are practising for Christmas." Lucetta uttered a vague yes, and seating herself by the other young woman, looked musingly at her. "What a lonely creature you are," she presently said, "never knowing what's going on, or what people are talking about everywhere with keen interest. You should get out and gossip about as other women do, and then you wouldn't be obliged to ask me a question of that kind. Well, now I have something to tell you." Elizabeth Jane said she was so glad, and made herself receptive. "I must go rather a long way back," said Lucetta, the difficulty of explaining herself satisfactorily to the pondering one beside her growing more apparent at each syllable. "You remember that trying case of conscience I told you of some time ago, about the first lover and the second lover?" She let out in jerky phrases a leading word or two of the story she had told. "Oh yes, I remember the story of your friend," said Elizabeth dryly, regarding the irises of Lucetta's eyes, as though to catch their exact shade. "The two lovers, the old one and the new, how she wanted to marry the second, but felt she ought to marry the first, so that she neglected the better course to follow the evil, like the poet Ovid I've just been construing. Video meliora probaque, deteriora sequor." "Oh no, she didn't follow evil exactly," said Lucetta hastily. "But you said that she, or as I may say, you," answered Elizabeth, dropping the mask, "were in honour and conscience bound to marry the first." Lucetta's blush at being seen through came and went again before she replied anxiously, "You will never breathe this, will you, Elizabeth Jane?" "Certainly not, if you say not." "Then I will tell you that the case is more complicated, worse, in fact, than it seemed in my story. I and the first man were thrown together in a strange way, and felt that we ought to be united, as the world had talked of us. He was a widower, as he supposed. He had not heard of his first wife for many years. But the wife returned, and we parted. She is now dead, and the husband comes, paying me addresses again, saying, 'Now we'll complete our purposes.' But, Elizabeth Jane, all this amounts to a new courtship of me by him. I was absolved from all vows by the return of the other woman." "Have you not lately renewed your promise?" said the younger with quiet surmise. She had divined man number one. "That was wrung from me by a threat." "Yes, it was. But I think when any one gets coupled up with a man in the past so unfortunately as you have done, she ought to become his wife if she can, even if she were not the sinning party." Lucetta's countenance lost its sparkle. "He turned out to be a man I should be afraid to marry," she pleaded, "really afraid, and it was not till after my renewed promise that I knew it." "Then there is only one course left to honesty. You must remain a single woman." "But think again. Do consider—" "I am certain," interrupted her companion hardily. "I have guessed very well who the man is. My father. And I say it is him or nobody for you." Any suspicion of impropriety was to Elizabeth Jane like a red rag to a bull. Her craving for correctness of procedure was indeed almost vicious. Owing to her early troubles with regard to her mother, a semblance of irregularity had terrors for her which those whose names are safeguarded from suspicion know nothing of. "You ought to marry Mr. Henchard or nobody, certainly not another man," she went on with a quivering lip in whose movement two passions shared. "I don't admit that," said Lucetta passionately. "Admit it or not, it is true." Lucetta covered her eyes with her right hand, as if she could plead no more, holding out her left to Elizabeth Jane. "Why, you have married him!" cried the latter, jumping up with pleasure, after a glance at Lucetta's fingers. "When did you do it? Why did you not tell me instead of teasing me like this? How very honorable of you! He did treat my mother badly, once, it seems, in a moment of intoxication. And it is true that he is stern sometimes, but you will rule him entirely, I am sure, with your beauty and wealth and accomplishments. You are the woman he will adore, and we shall all three be happy together now." "Oh, my Elizabeth Jane!" cried Lucetta distressfully, "'tis somebody else that I have married. I was so desperate, so afraid of being forced to anything else, so afraid of revelations that would quench his love for me, that I resolved to do it offhand, come what might, and purchase a week of happiness at any cost." "You have married Mr. Farfrae!" cried Elizabeth Jane in Nathan tones. Lucetta bowed. She had recovered herself. "The bells are ringing on that account," she said. "My husband is downstairs. He will live here till a more suitable house is ready for us, and I have told him that I want you to stay with me just as before." "Let me think of it alone," the girl quickly replied, corking up the turmoil of her feeling with grand control. "You shall. I am sure we shall be happy together." Lucetta departed to join Donald below, a vague uneasiness floating over her joy at seeing him quite at home there. Not on account of her friend Elizabeth did she feel it, for of the bearings of Elizabeth Jane's emotions she had not the least suspicion, but on Henchard's alone. Now, the instant decision of Susan Henchard's daughter was to dwell in that house no more. Apart from her estimate of the propriety of Lucetta's conduct, Farfrae had been so nearly her avowed lover that she felt she could not abide there. It was still early in the evening when she hastily put on her things and went out. In a few minutes, knowing the ground, she had found a suitable lodging, and arranged to enter it that night. Returning and entering noiselessly, she took off her pretty dress and arrayed herself in a plain one, packing up the other to keep as her best, for she would have to be very economical now. She wrote a note to leave for Lucetta, who was closely shut up in the drawing-room with Farfrae, and then Elizabeth Jane called a man with a wheelbarrow, and seeing her boxes put into it, she trotted off down the street to her rooms. They were in the street in which Henchard lived, and almost opposite his door. Here she sat down and considered the means of subsistence. The little annual sum settled on her by her stepfather would keep body and soul together. A wonderful skill in netting of all sorts, acquired in childhood by making seines in Newson's home, might serve her in good stead, and her studies, which were pursued unremittingly, might serve her in still better. By this time the marriage that had taken place was known throughout Casterbridge, had been discussed noisily on curbstones, confidentially behind counters, and jovially at the Three Mariners. Whether Farfrae would sell his business and set up for a gentleman on his wife's money, or whether he would show independence enough to stick to his trade in spite of his brilliant alliance, was a great point of interest. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 31. The retort of the furmity woman before the magistrates had spread, and in 24 hours there was not a person in Casterbridge who remained unacquainted with the story of Henchard's mad freak at Weydon Prior's fair long years before. The amends he had made in after life were lost sight of in the dramatic glare of the original act. Had the incident been well known of old and always, it might by this time have grown to be lightly regarded as the rather tall wild oat, but well nigh the single one, of a young man with whom the steady and mature, if somewhat headstrong, burgher of to-day had scarcely a point in common. But the act having lain as dead and buried ever since, the interspace of years was unperceived, and the black spot of his youth wore the aspect of a recent crime. Small as the police court incident had been in itself, it formed the edge or turn in the incline of Henchard's fortunes. On that day, almost at that minute, he passed the ridge of prosperity and honour, and began to descend rapidly on the other side. It was strange how soon he sank in esteem. Socially he had received a startling fillip downwards, and having already lost commercial buoyancy from rash transactions, the velocity of his descent in both aspects became accelerated every hour. He now gazed more at the pavements and less at the house fronts when he walked about, more at the feet and leggings of men, and less into the pupils of their eyes with the blazing regard which formerly had made them blink. New events combined to undo him. It had been a bad year for others besides himself, and the heavy failure of a debtor whom he had trusted generously completed the overthrow of his tottering credit. And now, in his desperation, he failed to preserve that strict correspondence between bulk and sample, which is the soul of commerce in grain. For this one of his men was mainly to blame. That worthy, in his great unwisdom, having picked over the sample of an enormous quantity of second-rate corn which Henchard had in hand, and removed the pinched, blasted, and smutted grains in great numbers. The produce, if honestly offered, would have created no scandal, but the blunder of misrepresentation, coming at such a moment, dragged Henchard's name into the ditch. The details of his failure were of the ordinary kind. One day Elizabeth Jane was passing the King's Arms when she saw people bustling in and out more than usual where there was no market. A bystander informed her, with some surprise at her ignorance, that it was a meeting of the commissioners under Mr. Henchard's bankruptcy. She felt quite tearful, and when she heard that he was present in the hotel, she wished to go in and see him, but was advised not to intrude that day. The room in which debtors and creditors had assembled was a front one, and Henchard, looking out of the window, had caught sight of Elizabeth Jane through the wire blind. His examination had closed, and the creditors were leaving. The appearance of Elizabeth threw him into a reverie, till, turning his face from the window, and towering above all the rest, he called their attention for a moment more. His countenance had somewhat changed from its flush of prosperity. The black hair and whiskers were the same as ever, but a film of ash was over the rest. "Gentlemen," he said, "over and above the assets that we've been talking about, and that appear on the balance sheet, there be these. It all belongs to ye as much as everything else I've got, and I don't wish to keep it from you, not I." Saying this, he took his gold watch from his pocket and laid it on the table. Then his purse, the yellow canvas money-bag, such as was carried by all farmers and dealers, untying it and shaking the money out upon the table beside the watch. The latter he drew back quickly for an instant to remove the hair-guard made and given him by Lucetta. "There, now you have all I've got in the world," he said, "and I wish for your sakes 'twas more." The creditors, farmers almost to a man, looked at the watch and at the money and into the street, when Farmer James Everdene of Weatherbury spoke. "No, no, Henchard," he said warmly, "we don't want that. 'Tis honourable in ye, but keep it. What do you say, neighbours? Do ye agree?" "Aye, sure, we don't wish it at all," said Grower, another creditor. "Let him keep it, of course," murmured another in the background, a silent, reserved young man named Boldwood, and the rest responded unanimously. "Well," said the senior commissioner, addressing Henchard, "though the case is a desperate one, I am bound to admit that I have never met a debtor who behaved more fairly. I've proved the balance sheet to be as honestly made out as it could possibly be. We have had no trouble, there have been no evasions and no concealments. The rashness of dealing which led to this unhappy situation is obvious enough, but as far as I can see, every attempt has been made to avoid wronging anybody." Henchard was more affected by this than he cared to let them perceive, and he turned aside to the window again. A general murmur of agreement followed the commissioner's words, and the meeting dispersed. When they were gone, Henchard regarded the watch they had returned to him. "'Tisn't mine by rights," he said to himself. "Why the devil didn't they take it? I don't want what don't belong to me." Moved by a recollection, he took the watch to the maker's just opposite, sold it there and then for what the tradesman offered, and went with the proceeds to one among the smaller of his creditors, a cottager of Durnover in straitened circumstances, to whom he handed the money. When everything was ticketed that Henchard had owned, and the auctions were in progress, there was quite a sympathetic reaction in the town, which till then, for some time past, had done nothing but condemn him. Now that Henchard's whole career was pictured distinctly to his neighbours, and they could see how admirably he had used his one talent of energy to create a position of affluence out of absolutely nothing, which was really all he could show when he came to the town as a journeyman hay-trusser with his wimble and knife in his basket, they wondered and regretted his fall. Try as she might, Elizabeth could never meet with him. She believed in him still, though nobody else did, and she wanted to be allowed to forgive him for his roughness to her, and to help him in his trouble. She wrote to him, he did not reply. She then went to his house, the great house she had lived in so happily for a time, with its front of dun brick, vitrified here and there, and its heavy sash-bars, but Henchard was to be found there no more. The ex-mayor had left the home of his prosperity, and gone into Jop's cottage by the Priory Mill, the sad purlieu to which he had wandered on the night of his discovery that she was not his daughter. Thither she went. Elizabeth thought it odd that he had fixed on this spot to retire to, but assumed that necessity had no choice. Trees which seemed old enough to have been planted by the friars still stood around, and the back hatch of the original mill yet formed a cascade which had raised its terrific roar for centuries. The cottage itself was built of old stones from the long dismantled priory, scraps of tracery, moulded window jambs, and arch labels being mixed in with the rubble of the walls. In this cottage he occupied a couple of rooms. Jop, whom Henchard had employed, abused, cajoled, and dismissed by turns, being the householder. But even here her stepfather could not be seen. "Not by his daughter?" pleaded Elizabeth. "By nobody at present. That's his order," she was informed. Afterwards she was passing by the corn stores and hay barns which had been the headquarters of his business. She knew that he ruled there no longer, but it was with amazement that she regarded the familiar gateway. A smear of decisive lead-coloured paint had been laid on to obliterate Henchard's name, though its letters dimly loomed through like ships in a fog. Over these, in fresh white, spread the name of Farfrae. Abel Whittle was edging his skeleton in at the wicket, and she said, "Mr. Farfrae is master here?" "Yes, Miss Henchard," he said. "Mr. Farfrae have bought the concern, and all of we work-folk with it, and 'tis better for us than 'twas, though I shouldn't say that to you as a daughter-law. We work harder, but we bain't made afeard now. It was fear made my few poor hairs so thin. No busting out, no slamming of doors, no meddling with your eternal soul, and all that. And though 'tis a shilling a week less, I'm the richer man. For what's all the world if your mind is always in a larry, Miss Henchard?" The intelligence was in a general sense true, and Henchard's stores, which had remained in a paralyzed condition during the settlement of his bankruptcy, were stirred into activity again when the new tenant had possession. Thenceforward the full sacks looped with the shining chain went scurrying up and down under the cat-head, hairy arms were thrust out from the different doorways, and the grain was hauled in. Trusses of hay were tossed anew in and out of the barns, and the wimbles creaked, while the scales and steelyards began to be busy where guesswork had formerly been the rule. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 32. Two bridges stood near the lower part of Casterbridge town. The first, of weather-stained brick, was immediately at the end of High Street, where a diverging branch from that thoroughfare ran round to the low-lying Durnover lanes, so that the precincts of the bridge formed the merging point of respectability and indigence. The second bridge, of stone, was further out on the highway, in fact fairly in the meadows, though still within the town boundary. These bridges had speaking countenances. Every projection in each was worn down to obtuseness, partly by weather, more by friction from generations of loungers, whose toes and heels had from year to year made restless movements against these parapets, as they had stood there meditating on the aspect of affairs. In the case of the more friable bricks and stones, even the flat faces were worn into hollows by the same mixed mechanism. The masonry of the top was clamped with iron at each joint, since it had been no uncommon thing for desperate men to wrench the coping off and throw it down the river, in reckless defiance of the magistrates. For to this pair of bridges gravitated all the failures of the town, those who had failed in business, in love, in sobriety, in crime. Why the unhappy hereabout usually chose the bridges for their meditations, in preference to a railing, a gate, or a stile, was not so clear. There was a marked difference of quality between the personages who haunted the near bridge of brick and the personages who haunted the far one of stone. Those of lowest character preferred the former, adjoining the town. They did not mind the glare of the public eye. They had been of comparatively no account during their successes, and though they might feel dispirited, they had no particular sense of shame in their ruin. Their hands were mostly kept in their pockets. They wore a leather strap round their hips or knees, and boots that required a great deal of lacing but seemed never to get any. Instead of sighing at their adversities, they spat, and instead of saying the iron had entered into their souls, they said they were down on their luck. Jopp, in his time of distress, had often stood here. So had Mother Cuxsom, Christopher Coney, and poor Abel Whittle. The miserables who would pause on the remoter bridge were of a politer stamp. They included bankrupts, hypochondriacs, persons who were what is called out of a situation from fault or lucklessness, the inefficient of the professional class, shabby genteel men, who did not know how to get rid of the weary time between breakfast and dinner, and the yet more weary time between dinner and dark. The eye of this species were mostly directed over the parapet upon the running water below. A man seen there, looking thus fixedly into the river, was pretty sure to be one whom the world did not treat kindly for some reason or other. While one in straits on the townward bridge did not mind who saw him so, and kept his back to the parapet to survey the passers-by, one in straits on this never faced the road, never turned his head at coming footsteps, but, sensitive to his own condition, watched the current whenever a stranger approached, as if some strange fish interested him, though every finned thing had been poached out of the river years before. There and thus they would muse. If their grief were the grief of oppression, they would wish themselves kings. If their grief were poverty, wish themselves millionaires. If sin, they would wish they were saints or angels. If despised love, that they were some much-courted Adonis of county fame. Some had been known to stand and think so long with this fixed gaze downward, that eventually they had allowed their poor carcasses to follow that gaze, and they were discovered the next morning out of reach of their troubles, either here or in the deep pool called Blackwater, a little higher up the river. To this bridge came Henchard, as other unfortunates had come before him, his way thither being by the riverside path on the chilly edge of the town. Here he was standing one windy afternoon when Durnover church clock struck 5. While the gusts were bringing the notes to his ears across the damp intervening flat, a man passed behind him and greeted Henchard by name. Henchard turned slightly and saw that the comer was Jopp, his old foreman, now employed elsewhere, to whom, though he hated him, he had gone for lodgings because Jopp was the one man in Casterbridge whose observation and opinion the fallen corn merchant despised to the point of indifference. Henchard returned him a scarcely perceptible nod, and Jopp stopped. "He and she are gone into their new house to-day," said Jopp. "Oh," said Henchard absently. "Which house is that?" "Your old one." "Gone into my house?" And starting up, Henchard added, "My house, of all others in the town. Well, as somebody was sure to live there, and you couldn't, it can't do 'ee no harm that he's the man." It was quite true. He felt that it was doing him no harm. Farfrae, who had already taken the yards and stores, had acquired possession of the house for the obvious convenience of its contiguity. And yet this act of his taking up residence within those roomy chambers, while he, their former tenant, lived in a cottage, galled Henchard indescribably. Jopp continued, "And you heard of that fellow who bought all the best furniture at your sale? He was bidding for no other than Farfrae all the while. It has never been moved out of the house, as he'd already got the lease." "My furniture, too! Surely he'll buy my body and soul likewise." "There's no saying he won't if you be willing to sell." And having planted these wounds in the heart of his once imperious master, Jopp went on his way, while Henchard stared and stared into the racing river, till the bridge seemed moving backward with him. The low land grew blacker, and the sky a deeper grey. When the landscape looked like a picture blotted in with ink, another traveller approached the great stone bridge. He was driving a gig, his direction being also townwards. On the round of the middle of the arch the gig stopped. "Mr. Henchard," came from it with the voice of Farfrae. Henchard turned his face. Finding that he had guessed rightly, Farfrae told the man who accompanied him to drive home, while he alighted and went up to his former friend. "I have heard that you think of emigrating, Mr. Henchard," he said. "Is it true? I have a real reason for asking." Henchard withheld his answer for several instants, and then said, "Yes, it is true. I am going where you were going to a few years ago, when I prevented you and got you to bide here. 'Tis turn and turn about, isn't it? Do ye mind how we stood like this in the chalk walk when I persuaded 'ee to stay? You then stood without a chattel to your name, and I was the master of the house in Corn Street. But now I stand without a stick or a rag, and the master of that house is you." "Yes, yes, that's so. It's the way of the world," said Farfrae. "Ha, ha! True," cried Henchard, throwing himself into a mood of jocularity. "Up and down. I'm used to it. What's the odds, after all?" "Now listen to me, if it's no taking up your time," said Farfrae, "just as I listened to you. Don't go. Stay at home." "But I can do nothing else, man," said Henchard scornfully. "The little money I have will just keep body and soul together for a few weeks, and no more. I have not felt inclined to go back to journey work yet, but I can't stay doing nothing, and my best chance is elsewhere." "No, but what I propose is this, if you will listen. Come and live in your old house. We can spare some rooms very well. I am sure my wife would not mind at all, until there's an opening for ye." Henchard started. Probably the picture drawn by the unsuspecting Donald of himself under the same roof with Lucetta was too striking to be received with equanimity. "No, no," he said gruffly, "we should quarrel." "You should hae a part to yourself," said Farfrae, "and nobody to interfere wi' you. It will be a deal healthier than down there by the river where you live now." Still Henchard refused. "You don't know what you ask," he said. "However, I can do no less than thank ye." They walked into the town together, side by side, as they had done when Henchard persuaded the young Scotchman to remain. "Will you come in and have some supper?" said Farfrae when they reached the middle of the town, where their paths diverged right and left. "No, no." "By the by, I had nearly forgot. I bought a good deal of your furniture." "So I have heard." "Well, it was no that I wanted it so very much for myself, but I wish ye to pick out all that you care to have, such things as may be endeared to ye by associations, or particularly suited to your use, and take them to your own house. It will not be depriving me. We can do with less very well, and I will have plenty of opportunities of getting more." "What, give it to me for nothing?" said Henchard. "But you paid the creditors for it." "Ah, yes, but maybe it's worth more to you than it is to me." Henchard was a little moved. "I sometimes think I've wronged 'ee," he said, in tones which showed the disquietude that the night shades hid in his face. He shook Farfrae abruptly by the hand, and hastened away as if unwilling to betray himself further. Farfrae saw him turn through the thoroughfare into Bull Stake, and vanish down towards the Priory Mill. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Jane, in an upper room no larger than the prophet's chamber, and with the silk attire of her palmy days packed away in a box, was netting with great industry between the hours which she devoted to studying such books as she could get hold of. Her lodgings being nearly opposite her stepfather's former residence, now Farfrae's, she could see Donald and Lucetta speeding in and out of their door with all the bounding enthusiasm of their situation. She avoided looking that way as much as possible, but it was hardly in human nature to keep her eyes averted when the door slammed. While living on thus quietly, she heard the news that Henchard had caught cold and was confined to his room, possibly a result of standing about the meads in damp weather. She went off to his house at once. This time she was determined not to be denied admittance, and made her way upstairs. He was sitting up in the bed with a greatcoat round him, and at first resented her intrusion. Go away, he said. "I don't like to see ye." "But, father—" "I don't like to see ye," he repeated. However, the ice was broken, and she remained. She made the room more comfortable, gave directions to the people below, and by the time she went away had reconciled her stepfather to her visiting him. The effect, either of her ministrations or of her mere presence, was a rapid recovery. He soon was well enough to go out, and now things seemed to wear a new colour in his eyes. He no longer thought of emigration, and thought more of Elizabeth. The having nothing to do made him more dreary than any other circumstance, and one day, with better views of Farfrae than he had held for some time, and a sense that honest work was not a thing to be ashamed of, he stoically went down to Farfrae's yard and asked to be taken on as a journeyman hay-trusser. He was engaged at once. This hiring of Henchard was done through a foreman, Farfrae feeling that it was undesirable to come personally in contact with the ex-corn factor more than was absolutely necessary. While anxious to help him, he was well aware by this time of his uncertain temper, and thought reserved relations best. For the same reason, his orders to Henchard to proceed to this and that country farm trussing in the usual way were always given through a third person. For a time these arrangements worked well, it being the custom to truss in the respective stackyards before bringing it away the hay bought at the different farms about the neighbourhood, so that Henchard was often absent at such places the whole week long. When this was all done, and Henchard had become in a measure broken in, he came to work daily on the home premises like the rest. And thus the once flourishing merchant and mayor and what not stood as a day labourer in the barns and granaries he formerly had owned. "I have worked as a journeyman before now, han't I?" he would say in his defiant way, "and why shouldn't I do it again?" But he looked a far different journeyman from the one he had been in his earlier days. Then he had worn clean, suitable clothes, light and cheerful in hue, leggings yellow as marigolds, corduroys immaculate as new flax, and a neckerchief like a flower garden. Now he wore the remains of an old blue cloth suit of his gentlemanly times, a rusty silk hat, and a once black satin stock, soiled and shabby. Clad thus he went to and fro, still comparatively an active man, for he was not much over 40, and saw, with the other men in the yard, Donald Farfrae going in and out the green door that led to the garden and the big house and Lucetta. At the beginning of the winter it was rumoured about Casterbridge that Mr. Farfrae, already in the town council, was to be proposed for mayor in a year or two. "Yes, she was wise in her generation," said Henchard to himself when he heard of this one day on his way to Farfrae's hay barn. He thought it over as he wimbled his bonds, and the piece of news acted as a reviviscent breath to that old view of his, of Donald Farfrae as his triumphant rival who rode roughshod over him. "A fellow of his age going to be mayor, indeed," he murmured with a corner-drawn smile on his mouth. "But 'tis her money that floats un upward. Ha, ha! How cussed odd it is! Here be I, his former master, working for him as man, and he, the man, standing as master, with my house, and my furniture, and my what you may call wife, all his own." He repeated these things 100 times a day. During the whole period of his acquaintance with Lucetta he had never wished to claim her as his own so desperately as he now regretted her loss. It was no mercenary hankering after her fortune that moved him, though that fortune had been the means of making her so much the more desired, by giving her the air of independence and sauciness which attracts men of his composition. It had given her servants, house, and fine clothing, a setting that invested Lucetta with a startling novelty in the eyes of him who had known her in her narrow days. He accordingly lapsed into moodiness, and at every allusion to the possibility of Farfrae's near election to the municipal chair, his former hatred of the Scotchman returned. Concurrently with this, he underwent a moral change. It resulted in his significantly saying, every now and then, in tones of recklessness, "Only a fortnight more," "only a dozen days," and so forth, lessening his figures day by day. "Why d'ye say only a dozen days?" asked Solomon Longways, as he worked beside Henchard in the granary weighing oats. "Because in 12 days I shall be released from my oath." "What oath?" The oath to drink no spirituous liquid. In 12 days it will be 21 years since I swore it, and then I mean to enjoy myself, please God." Elizabeth Jane sat at her window one Sunday, and while there she heard in the street below a conversation which introduced Henchard's name. She was wondering what was the matter, when a third person who was passing by asked the question in her mind. "Michael Henchard have busted out drinking after taking nothing for 21 years." Elizabeth Jane jumped up, put on her things, and went out. End of chapter 32.